Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm so happy to be back here with you, and I hope I will remain back here with you for some time yet. But there is only one way to find out. Bum bum bum, ba-dum bum. Alrighty. Hello, Arbeat. Welcome to the stream. I'm happy to see you. And I'm even happier to see 0 dropped frames at the bottom of the window. We're off to a strong start today. The internet's been good all day today. I am nevertheless grateful that this is probably the last day that I'm going to be streaming from this house, because my heart can't handle that kind of inconsistency. Thank you, Arbeat. I did, besides, the internet is doing better today, but also MK and I did do some optimization last night to the codec shit, to try to make it so that if the quality of the internet connection does drop, it won't fuck up as bad. We lowered the frame rate to 30 instead of 60, and it should be more consistent that way too. Bremy, thank you so much for the 13 months. Hi Vega, hi Maddox Kent. I hope you guys are enjoying this orchestral rendition of Godot's theme. Also, Arbeat, can you make sure it's not on the VOD? Unfortunately, even though it is a remix of a video game song, those are usually okay to play on stream, I suspect that this one might actually get me copyright struck. So it's fortunate that I've been talking for almost all of it. Yeah, Maddox! So it is brooch. They spelled it broach. Instead of, I think usually it's spelled brooch, but pronounced broach. I got it backwards. They're spelling it broach, and I was like, oh, it's pronounced the opposite way to how it's spelled. So I said brooch, but no, that's wrong. I hyper-corrected. They made the concession to me and wrote it phonetically. Oh. Vega, if there's 2 things in this world that I love, it's not working and eating. Awesome, Arbeat. Yeah, it's a shame that this would probably get me struck. Also, so I downloaded this track a very long time ago when I was in middle school. If you look up the Gyakten Meets Orchestra arrangement of The Fragrance of Dark Colored Coffee, it's not this. It's a different performance. I don't know if they recorded this shit more than once, if there's a more recent version. Hi, Jest. No, Vega, no. When I was working in Montana for 10 months, let me tell you, the people I was working with were fucking assholes. And I occasionally had to retire to my car to yell in the locked car about what dickheads they were before I went back to work. So I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, and I hope that you cannot deal with that relatively soon. I had the end of the work term to look forward to. No, no, Vega, I'm so sorry. Does this cheer you up if I do this? Is that fun for you? I'm glad, Vega. I've been trying to determine what I'm gonna do on Friday, because in all likelihood, God, I hope I will be back in my apartment and not in Rhode Island. So I could stream Metal Gear 2 again, but at the same time, I feel I don't know, we started Phoenix Wright, and I don't want people to be cut off from their precious Phoenix Wright, even though people were cut off from their precious Metal Gear Solid 2 in the first place. Hello, KSBPTV. Maddox Ken. That's been the philosophy with which I've lived my life, and it's comforting to see other people come to the same conclusion. LOL, Karn. Well, I gotta stream Metal Gear Solid 2 eventually. It would just be after I finished Phoenix Wright. You know what? That might actually make sense to keep running Phoenix Wright until it's done, and then go. Did we get some donations overnight? Really? And then go back to Metal Gear Solid 2 afterwards? Because the way I think of it, it's how many interruptions to playthroughs are there? If I finish Phoenix Wright before I go back to Metal Gear Solid 2, then there's only been one interruption. I had to interrupt Metal Gear Solid 2, and then I got back to it when I finished the next game, as opposed to interrupting Metal Gear Solid 2 to play Phoenix Wright, and then interrupting Phoenix Wright to play Metal Gear Solid 2. It's not equitable. Or it is equitable, but it's not fun. Let me see these so-called donations that came in overnight. Why would people donate overnight? Oh. Yeah, we did get a couple donations overnight. That's very sweet of you, anonymous donor and Iggy. Iggy, we all know who that is, but somebody donated under the name Thank You for Stream For Real, and they may or may not be watching, but if they are, then I would like to thank them back. Did I send out, I probably sent out the announcements on Twitter and Blue Sky, right? I don't really remember doing it because I'm just sort of in a haze, like a lucid dream, but I feel like because I closed the windows, I probably did. Car, no, they're not sinister. I will say, that sometimes when I'm setting up for stream, somebody will like follow me just because they found me through my Twitter, they clicked on my account, who knows why, and then Martin suddenly pipes up with his more friends, more allies, and it scares the shit out of me. Hi, Locktar. Keep playing your music, asshole. I'm a little ashamed of the quality of my stream promotion image today. I could have done a much fucking better job if I was on my computer at home, but as it was, I had to try to Photoshop with a trackpad. It's kind of a disposable joke anyway, that is mostly only sensical to people who saw yesterday's stream, but I don't know, I wish I had a mouse. I always want to make the best thing I can make in whatever context. Oh! I heard some noise from behind me, which reminds me of an important message I have to give you. I may have to hit the Be Right Back screen for a little bit sometime in the next few hours because the cats usually get fed at about an hour and 10 minutes from now, and Bert has been losing his fucking mind already. He was meowing like a fucking storm while I was setting up for stream. I don't know what his deal is. It's way too early for him to get fed. I don't know if my closing all the blinds in the kitchen to make it dark enough to stream in here like threw off his sense of what time of day it is or what, but he was going nuts back there. So eventually the meowing may become so disruptive that I'm forced to go feed them. That shouldn't take very long at all. It'd be like about as long as my going to the bathroom. I just have to open the wet food can and divide it between the two dishes. My boys. I let Ernie into the living room and the second floor today. I thought he needed some enrichment. I was concerned about them. No, Bremy. I was concerned about them because they've been spending like just all their time snoozing in the basement. I was like, this isn't healthy. What's wrong with them? But then I realized that the house is so poorly insulated that the basement is the warmest place in it. So I was like, oh no, that makes a lot of sense actually. Like, I have a really hard time getting out of bed when I wake up here, especially because it's so cold in my room specifically. So if I'm cozy under the covers, I don't want to extrude my carcass from under there, man. I'll stop snacking on the Sour Patch Kids. Actually, I did eat. I really am eating. This morning I ate some soup. You guys know that visual novel? You know what I'm talking about? Mokhtar, thank you for validating my untimely consumption of candies. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And thank you for the hydrate. And thank you, KSBBTV. Because I did actually eat, there was 2 red Sour Patch Kids stuck together. I don't know if you guys had visual on that. All right, I'm gonna play a video game now. I'm sick of waiting. We got cut off unceremoniously yesterday, and I'm not happy about that. So I wanna get back to it. Hey! 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 Bum, 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 bum. All right, where's my controller? Ah! This is great. The window that I was playing music from is actually still up there, so I couldn't see anything I did. All right. We're right back at a completely narratively inappropriate moment to interrupt stream because I didn't fucking want to end stream when I did yesterday. It was right in the middle of an investigation. I actually did want to check whether I had a profile for the dude who got killed. I do not have a profile for the dude who got killed. This is why I didn't remember that there was a murder in this case. I had the vague sense that there was, because they completely allude to it off stream. Maddox Right Back Kent, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Like, who the fuck is this character? He's like Milton Berle or somebody. I forget his name even. He's the CEO of this company that we hadn't even been to. He dies off screen. It took them like wait. It took them 3 days to find his body? Because the case starts on maybe 2 days? The case starts on October 11th. The first day of the trial, yesterday, no, it was even this morning, was October 13th. It took them 2 days to find his fucking body? That horror did not occur to me. He was just fucking sitting here for 2 days? All right, I didn't get a chance to read this yesterday. Wow, look at that huge framed photo. Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? Either that or this guy didn't get out enough. Or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Yeah, R.I.P. Kane Bullard. Vega, this is literally what I'm fucking saying. Now. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out just for a second. I'm jealous. My chair is fucking hardwood, man. Ooh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. They gotta make those expensive CEO patent leather chairs, but in pink and white for the kitty cat gamers among us. Hey, you! Whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Ah! What, Gumshoe? Why are you letting us monkey around the crime scene then? Well, I don't really care, but maybe you don't want to touch that stuff. I mean, there's no skin off my nose. The strike card. Ooh, there's a button here. Let's see. Hey, cut it out! Don't press that! That was pretty funny. It's as it's going. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? And it's possible on the night of the crime. Ooh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer, except for your fingerprints. Now, Maya, you've disrupted the crime scene. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. Well, it would leave glove prints. I think we'd better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. What guard? That guard? What do you guard? There are no fingerprints on it. I can imagine who the guard might be, but we haven't met that guard yet. These look like some kind of bookshelf / rolling cabinet hybrid. I can't get in between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Boing, boing, boom, boom, boing, boom, boom, boing. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. I need my spectacles. Ah! What did you find out, Nick? This file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about mask to mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods in the crime scenes. Huh? Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon, $100,000. Looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. So then $100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know, that number sounds kind of low to me. Maybe it's what he was able to sell it for. Phoenix, if you had a brain in your skull, I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Kane's list, added to the court record. Well, Phoenix, perhaps if you had a digital camera. Did we not examine where the body was yet? Awesome. This rope, you think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? I don't think so. So you mean... I keep burping, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying. We've never encountered this before, so it makes sense that you would need me to explain this to you. You mean the victim, he was killed by being crushed by the safe door? Oh, it's like that one episode of Breaking Bad. She can't be serious, can she? Let's, well, I won't present Gumshoe with any of the evidence that we already talked about, but I would say, like, from the blackmail letter on, it might be valuable to hear his thoughts. About this blackmail letter.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. Why would Kate Bullard have been blackmailing Rod Delight anyway?
Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KB Security, right? But what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it. Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Sexual harassment from his boss. Aw, Diesel shot. That's nice to hear.
Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now.
Oh, all right.
This is proof that Rod Delight was here at the crime scene when the murder happened.
His wallet and this key card, huh? I think we need to ask Mr. Delight some more about those two things. Okay, wallet and the key card, that makes sense, actually, that you would show me those two items. Detective Gumshoe, about this right here.
Sorry, it's hard to believe, but there's a limit to how much my brain can hold. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain.
I can see your eyes and the ears. The jury's still out on the brain thing. Phoenix, you're so mean. Hey, Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it. Okay, he doesn't have anything to say about the brooch. He doesn't want to talk anymore about the button and the shit that we already figured out. So about this.
Huh? What's that?
Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us. Oh no.
So what are you two whispering about?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just my billfold. Billfold? 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 I once went out with billfold. Is that like a bill roll? Like when you just walk around with a roll of cash because you're American? Billfold. Like a wallet? Oh. It is like it's like a specific kind of wallet.
That's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal.
Why wouldn't I don't know, man. I've never heard this word in my life, except for probably when I played this in 8th grade.
Now I really want you to show it to me.
Profiles. Wow. Look how fast that is. The game's running so, what? Well. Let's talk about Godot.
The guy is a real puzzle if you ask me. Then maybe I should be asking you. Do you know something about him?
Why would I know something?
Well, it sure sounded like you two knew each other from the way you acted today.
Yeah, basically just. Yes, Diesel shot, very good. It's Mr. Godot that acts like he knows Nick, not the other way around. Exactly. I think I'd remember someone like him.
I still say the whole thing's a bit suspect.
Do you remember Larry? Larry's line yesterday was really good about like, oh man, I love blonde chicks with black sleeveless turtleneck tops and orange memo pads. It's like my Gooter friends who love the silver headphones. Detective Gumshoe, what about this person?
Sorry, pal. To be honest, my head is something. I don't know. Tessa didn't read it. Can we come back to that?
I don't think I have any other new people. All right, let's just talk to him. What happened? Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder.
Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to.
Godot does have a secret identity, but maybe don't try to guess it, because if you guess right, then it would be a spoiler. Now you can try to guess it. Hey, come on! What about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now, and we need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Don't just start crying on me, okay, pal?
No, Diesel Shot, go for it. What's your hunch? Lay it on me. I liked Arbeat's guess yesterday. Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. Hey, portrait! Diesel Shot, what is your guess, though? Phoenix's time-traveling son from the future. That's also a really good guess.
The victim's name is Cade Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning, over 24 hours after he died.
I'm sorry, Diesel Shot. Your guess is that he's Larry Butts? Are you thinking of the wrong character? You said Larry. Is this the character you're thinking of? He was in this case earlier. But I really like the idea that he has like a disguise that he slips into in between scenes. He has like a wig, right, and also gets a spray tan really quick. I haven't seen them at the same place at the same time, that's true. It's incontrovertible. I haven't. I don't know. Anyway, his estimated time of death was 1 o'clock in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. It happened at exactly the same time that Mask of Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Autopsy report added to the court record. Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. Cause cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? Fucking gross.
There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe.
Oh, God. Safe. Well, it is pretty big.
Nobody had heard from him, but when they opened the safe this morning, out he came.
Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billiard. Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Okay, I'd be happy to do that. I will present you with his profile. He looks like a real ugly bastard type of individual. Maybe he was threatening to fuck Ron's wife. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard.
That's Cade Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal.
Minty? That's gross. I'm falling for it now. I always complain when Barry laughs at that one joke you have, but now I'm falling for it. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Join the club, Maya! Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead.
Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning.
Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out?
Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now.
Okay, Nick, now's our chance to get more info about the victim, so hurry up and ask. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it, anyway? Maya, It's called KB Security. I don't know. Come on.
Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work.
Oh, and?
And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber.
Really? Me too. I just love money. Can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Yeah, Ron and Desiree, they aren't.
Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions.
Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already.
Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between companies. I didn't press a button to advance that dialogue.
What is going on? Did the controller must have like disconnected and jammed on the button or something because it just kept rolling.
Yeah, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask the Mask.
What? Really?
Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive.
So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Then how did Nosy Man Luke Atney find out about that? So, what happened to Mask to Mask?
He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again!
We're talking about Ron? Ron was just acquitted of being Mask to Mask. I don't understand. No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right?
Oh, you mean the detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. Oh!
Now that's the detective I know and love.
Think about it. Atney was always around when a calling card showed up, but he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief.
That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about.
Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's still this one thing I can't figure out about his first heist.
His first heist?
Yeah, the Tear of Emmerdon case. There was a witness on that one. And they didn't say that he had a gigantic pointy nose. I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys could keep it.
The gem and the thief.
Stolen?
The gem and the thief. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? How would you know? The guy out of focus in the background? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it, newspaper clipping adding to the court record. Ooh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight.
Yeah, I think he did that I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. He's pretty savage.
So who is that Java-addicted, wow, this game is from the aughts, masked maniac anyway? People don't say Java anymore, do they?
Prosecutor Gno is quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before.
Yeah, so that was his first case. Does he work at the district attorney's office? Is he a lawyer? He just shows up and is like, I want to prosecute this case, actually. Like, they don't let people in off the street. Who the fuck, where did he come from? Somebody must know him.
He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere.
Hi, I'd like a job. Have you been a cop or did you go to law school? No. Oh, very good, Helena. That's right. He said this was his first case as a prosecutor.
And it's true, according to the records anyway. But
I know, right, Saris?
no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps.
Gumshoe, we can't have everybody want to suck this guy off, okay? We've already established that he's getting ass from Ron. We get everybody swooning over him. Goosebumps? You?
Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way.
He has like dirt on the entire district attorney's office. Fun fact, if you collect enough dirty secrets from people in law enforcement, they have to give you whatever job you want.
No, I think you're gonna let me prosecute this case, actually.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular.
No, that's not what I meant.
That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. What in the world gave you that impression? Bum ba-dum, bum 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 bum. Right, okay, we heard this dialogue already. Security room. I forgot about this screen. It's Larry's jacket hung up on a big lever. Oh, look at the bag with the cherry pattern. Wow, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick, what's up? So he is here. Oh, he's got a cup of tea as well.
Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too.
Hi, Larry.
Here I was working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good.
No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder. You know that it was during your fucking shift?
Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you?
He's so hopelessly clueless.
Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you.
Diesel shot. She's 19. That's really still too young for him, but she's 19. Ace Attorney Investigations actually kind of goes into the prosecutor's office. Plus, Rise from the Ashes establishes that Lana Skye was ousted as chief prosecutor relatively recently. That's true. No, Diesel shot. I think she was 17 in the first game, so I understand why you would think that. Also, I should zoom in on my Weasley little ass.
Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick here's a different story.
But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies.
That was then, and this is now.
Pretty good, Faith. I'm sure. What is this? Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Did you say
Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something.
Oh boy. How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? Incredible question. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everyone I do need to make rent for March, so I would be very grateful for anything you can share, viewer. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it?
That's right.
Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever?
Yeah, sure. I was told to never, ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn?
So why hang your jacket on such an important lever?
Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen? Huh?
It's true. It's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Something's written on this poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, say yes sir and yes ma'am. Number 4, salute thy superior. Number 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
She's one tough old bird, let me tell ya. Cross her and you come face to face with her real genuine ray gun.
Yeah, sounds scary, all right.
Well, fortunately she's on vacation, so that's why I'm so relaxed right now.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Predicament bondaging your workplace is pretty good, Diesel Shot.
That's my partner's seat.
Your partner?
Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady.
There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know.
Don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess.
That's true, I did spill hot chocolate all over my keyboard. It's just this case, Diesel Shot. It's just this case. Oh, blackmail is also a hentai tag. I wasn't even thinking about that. It's not my flavor of choice.
That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating.
Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate.
No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room.
Somewhere. Instruction manual. What are you gonna do in an emergency?
Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork.
Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
That's my chocolate milk.
Hey, I got an achievement for quote unquote examining everything with even a whiff of old bag on it. I don't care for that description, but I got the achievement. Test passes the not thinking about hentai test.
The screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. And it's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them.
I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these too? Anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's Larry.
Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it.
And how do you know that, Larry?
Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, all right?
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I feel like we've examined everything at this juncture. You've got an achievement for examining all the old bag stuff, so. Can you say your dialogue about how you love girls with orange memo pads, Larry? Because I really wanted to screenshot that. What? Hook me up, Larry. Screenshot button's working.
No! No! Hey Nick, I told you, I'm a pro, and you don't interrupt a pro when he's working. I don't have time to sit and chat with you, all right?
Oh, is that right?
Oh, naturally I've got time for you though, Maya.
Gonna have to squeeze this guy if we want to get more info out of him, huh? Maya, squeeze! Will you tell me about your boss? No. All right, maybe I just need to unlock him first before I can squeeze him. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry?
Hey, I'm a guard, a pro. I can't just give away information for free.
What's a bribe? Thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info?
Hey, I like that. This kitten's got some claws. This kitten has claws. Okay, you really want to know?
Yes, yes, so tell me.
Okay, so the thing is, Ron DeLight was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me?
Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on.
Well, 1 year ago, Rhonda Light was fired. And there was no warning at all. Just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful.
I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that.
Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something.
Yeah, he skipped out of work to go buy things for his hot wife. No, that's just you. So what's it like to be a part-time security guard?
Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by all right, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on those monitors all the time.
Monitors?
There are security cameras set in each room around the building.
Set up in each room around the building is what we usually say.
It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out.
Oh.
If I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams.
What teams?
The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business, but I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't mind calling them.
So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. Diesel. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you?
Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb.
Even if it is part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here.
Hey, give me a break! Don't try to pin the whole thing on me! That's not fair, Nick!
Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is, you were here that night, right? Oh no, Larry! 2 psyche locks on Larry? Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all.
Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay?
Looks like I'm gonna have to break his psyche locks after all. I'm not gonna try to do that. Well, the wallet actually kind of proves he was here. I'll give it a shot, but I suspect I might need more information/evidence. Wagga, 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 wagga. What's the most psyche locks we've seen? 4 or was it 5 at the end of the last game? I think that the highest one that we unlocked was Rhonda Light's 4 locks. Not Rhonda, was Matt Ungard's 4 locks. But at one point, I think maybe during the second case, Maya was channeling Mia, and Mia had like 5 untouchable. Oh, okay, clavichord. Matt has 5, okay. Evil act, very good, Todd. Very droll. The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to?
What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been?
But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Ms. Delight?
But that was that, and this is this.
Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too?
Never! I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I'll even bet you $1.
$1? Wow, now that's confidence.
What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? The chain's attaching my psyche locks.
The evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened is this wallet. You know about this, right? My nail split. It's terrible.
I've never seen it before.
Liar, you hand-delivered this wallet to Ms. Delight just yesterday.
Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens.
Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet?
I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building.
Oh, cool, clavichord.
Don't tell me that kind of thing, though. What, 1 o'clock in the morning?
That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office.
Ah! Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about.
What's that?
My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before then.
What do you mean by that?
If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine.
Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift, also due to the evidence that you gave me. Hello, MK, welcome to the stream. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record?
Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know.
That keycard data has already been made public in the trial today.
What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me.
Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. That's right, MK, the stream has been doing very well. I checked the internet a bunch of times today, and it's been worlds better than it was yesterday. I'm still going home before next Friday's stream so I can stream my own place so that I don't have to risk the internet crashing.
No way!
Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time, you fuckhead.
Yar! No!
Unlock successful. There's no health bar to fill back up because I did nothing wrong.
Oh, I knew it! It's all my fault! It's my fault that the boss was killed! My fault!
Larry.
There was nothing I could do! I have important issues to deal with too, man!
What happened that night anyway?
My Donna happened.
Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her.
Who's he? What are you talking about? Who was?
Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Remember all those times I punched you?
Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard office?
Whoa, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How could I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? Oh.
He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Ah, boy.
Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to do to make up for it. I swear I will.
Larry. Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? She's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him.
Nick!
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed here. Yes!
Whoa! Who is this? Come on, man, don't hold out on me.
Forget about it. You don't need to know what I'm not telling you.
Hey now, I thought we were pals. I got a major thing for girls with black sleeveless shirts and glasses.
How do you know that?
And if they have an orange-colored memo pad, I really lose my cool.
Okay, excellent. I'm glad I got the chance to screenshot that. I have a friend I need to send that to. That's Karn. Works for me. Oh, shit. Okay, this is like nothing. Oh, but actually, do you know the guard here?
I think you know how much I want to help you guys, but I really don't know what to say about that.
What is it, Nick? It's just that he seems so, I don't know, pleasant. This song whips, incidentally. Oh, okay, that's the same dialogue. You don't know about it. That's fine. Really? That's, okay. I mean, you might want to make conversation about it, but... the buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right?
That's right! Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Thanks, I try.
You think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us.
Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed.
Okay. Was it just the buzzer I was supposed to show him then? I already talked to him about that. All right. I will also confront him with these two profiles, which I did not have last time I talked to him.
The CEO of our company. He is a pretty good guy.
The more I look at him, the more he looks like an ugly bastard trope. The like mole on the side of the nose is really a lot. Huh? Really?
Yeah, you bet. You know how I'm not very good about working hard, right?
Yeah, I kind of noticed.
Well, guess what the boss said to me about that? I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay.
I see.
I guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building.
So in order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of a barrel.
To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be a CEO, I want to be just like him.
Murdered?
And don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security.
Thanks.
I'm really sorry, Nick. I swear I want to change my ways. But the thing is, I just don't have any interest in men. I've been trying to get gayer, I swear. It's not like I didn't notice how hot he was.
This guy really needs to get his mind out of the gutter. Larry's your stereotypical guy, all right. I don't know any guys like Larry. The sad thing is that, like, I don't know, I guess she was talking about stereotypes, which it's a stereotype and like the actual mean behavior of real people are not the same thing. But when I think about all the men I know, you know, they're really not that horny. Maybe it's because I live in West Philly and circulate in left-leaning circles and all the men I know are like beta cucks, but it's not, I'm not being, I was making a joke, don't quote me on that. No. Hi, Guam. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier.
Yeah, I heard it, so that was you, huh?
I also know like 3 men. You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office?
Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. Thought it'd be a good idea.
Wait, it's on the ground floor? Why is the CEO on the ground floor of the office block?
I thought it'd be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary.
It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night?
There must be a
There must be a record, right? You must have had to look at it, right?
Of course I did. And I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either.
You think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please.
Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya.
Larry acts more like me, except for the part where he has sex with women. And talks to them. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could make a mistake.
What?
What is it? What's wrong?
I made a mistake.
Huh? But how?
It can't be. It's impossible.
Okay, enough already. What about the records?
That night, it went off just once in the morning at around 1 a.m.
The poor fucking CEO. 1 a.m. That's when the murder happened.
Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be.
Buzzer record added to the court record. Yeah. Unlike Larry, where when he sees a woman, he's like,
wow, you're the woman of my dreams. You're so hot. We need to go out. I know you feel the same way.
When I meet a woman, first of all, I never meet women by myself. If I meet women, it's only like Barry's friends. And I would never hit on them. Afterwards, I would just interrogate Barry about whether or not she thought her friend liked me at all. Do we have anything more to talk about with you? No? Okay. The CEO's office. I got news for you about the buzzer record, man. Oh, I should have shown that to Larry. Detective Gumshoe, about this right here. Yeah, you don't want to talk or think about it, you idiot? It's your fucking job. Did we already tried showing him the newspaper clipping, didn't we? Yeah. I was hoping you would tell me who the guard in the background is, because I don't know who it is.
You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting's a bit overrated, you know?
What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record?
Huh? The record? No, nothing at all.
Minty, he might have been able to save Kane Bullard's life. Yes. I'll be real. If he had been in the office and had responded to the buzzer, Kane Bullard might be alive today. But what's past is past. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Good one, Phoenix. I can't believe that why is the CEO on the ground floor in this like shitty windowless office? Let's go to the security, no, the detention center. Wait, we can still go to Luke Atmey's house? He's fucking in jail. We just break into his house? October 13th, Acme Detective Agency. Stay humble, keep grinding, pay sub minimum wage to your entirely performative security staff. Went from the mailroom to CEO, but still in the mailroom. Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. We're not gonna meet any of them though, because Gumshoe's the only cop we have a Sprite for. What did you expect? Not that they know he was actually masked to mask. This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed, Gumshoe's nowhere to be, we just saw him somewhere else. No shit, he's nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide. Then why was he investigating the theft in the first place? He's probably working on the murder case. Okay, so we've established, yes, Gumshoe is a homicide detective specifically, like Columbo, but he was investigating the mask-to-mask theft of the urn for some reason. Yes, there is also the crazy screaming guy from Rise from the Ashes, who I think comes back in some game at some point. I don't remember which. Don't spoil it for me in case it's this game. Wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There is nothing like a good murder case, pal." Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Let's go to the detention center. Bremy, I didn't see that episode. October 13th, detention center visitors room. I already told you, it's not me! A sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday, they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Damn, it's a good thing we don't have any other cases. This guard monitors the visitors room. Looks like he doesn't have much to do right now. I can tell because he's looking at the camera and making funny faces. The guard looks a bit on edge. Cut to the guard. Smile, you're on candid camera. The camera doesn't seem to have a lot to tape right now. The only thing it's watching now is that guard over there. All right, I'm glad that we were able to assess the guard and the camera, a true dramaturgical dyad. Oh shit, I talked to you already? Okay, you know what? It makes sense that I went right for her after the trial. You and I don't have anything more to talk about. In the conversations list, anyway. We talked about Godot. We didn't talk about Kane Bullard. Oh, I know him. This is Ronnie's boss, the CEO guy. Well, now he's an ex-boss. Someone killed him last night. Naturally, I know that. Not really last night, more like night before last, because today's the 13th, and he was killed 1 a.m. on October 12th. He was a pretty sly man, let me tell you. Oh, really? You bet he was. He made Ronnie chief of one of the security teams. That was just so he could work him like a slave. It is sounding more and more like a Dojin. Did Mr. Delight ever have a problem with Mr. Bullard himself? Even if he did, do you think she'd ever tell you about it? Well, Ronnie isn't the type to complain about that kind of thing. I tried to get him to talk to me about work, but he never would. Okay, cool. A little extra dialogue there. Now we probably have to go to the basement of... Oh no. We have to go to the basement of Lordly Taylor, but we can't go right to Lordly Taylor from the detention center. That would be crazy. Fucking... Okay, there we go. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. October 13th, Lordly Taylor basement warehouse. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? So how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that has been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? It wasn't found last time we talked, really? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask to Mask's wife that found it. Excuse me, Maya, we've established that my client is not Mask to Mask. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Really? You can't investigate the exit sign? You can't examine the exit sign? Actually, I already examined all this shit before. Origami. I said origami last time, didn't I? No clues here. It's the first time I've seen that dialogue. There should be an achievement for clicking on nothing and getting no clues here. We're doing it like in every room in the game. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly, and it's shocking pink. That's true, Diesel. I don't see how the color of the paint is in any way important. All right. Adrian, let's talk about Godot. I mean, yeah, we got like... There's no way in hell you know Larry. I'm sorry, I don't know as many people as I used to. So there really isn't anything I can tell you about that person. Okay. No Godot. No chance you know Kane Bullard? Nope. All right. Let's talk. Damask's identity. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasure. Don't blame yourself. You're just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago. And when was it the Mask to Mask calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. I know you love her, MK. She's your type. So he sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the Sacred Urn after all. I guess so. I had to unplug my controller. Hang on a second. The transbians in chat are acting up. The night of the crime. What? So Damask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything's possible. Lady! MK! Nick, let's get down to business already. We are not, like, established on who we think is whom here. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. I fucking love this picture of Luke Atme crouching behind a bunch of boxes like he's Solid Snake. He claims that's the way he always operates. It's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the theft himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask to Mask pretty well. It's not really established that him. No, Helena, you didn't miss anything. Sacred Urn. I'm so glad that you got your Sacred Urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? Not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Ms. Andrews? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? There it is. Jugga, 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 jung. Psyche locks. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the Sacred Urn is our very own Ms. Andrews. Let me see if I can crack that, because I got nothing else I can do right now. I wanted to be able to go to the police department or the DA's office and talk to Godot. Pew! Ba-boom! The Sacred Urn. What just happened? I am frozen. Is the stream still going? Okay, let me reset my camera real quick. Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me, okay. Both screens of my stream setup flickered out for some reason. Oh no! It's a display crash! Like always used to happen to me on my old computer! MK! MK, it was a display crash! That's exactly how it always did. The two screens would go black and then I would freeze in the stream preview. Okay, well now I know what I have to do to fix it then, but holy shit. Wow. I thought that was a problem with my computer. It's like an OBS issue or something. MK, we learned so much today. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. Anyway, Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. Thanks, Locktar, for the treat. MK, is it maybe like an encoding thing or like one of the settings you changed last night? It's fine. I can see myself move. I reset it. I did the same thing I always did when there was a display crash. But this might help us nail down what was going wrong. Anyway, treat for Tash. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? Maybe not. Actually, I don't know if I remember to say before this. Because I'd submit this, but the urn looks different in this picture. Huh. Well, I'll try that picture, but if it's not that, then I got nothing. I'm gonna have to go like talk to Ron or something. Well, Ms. Andrews, see, look, it was a fake after all. Huh? I mean, your evidence is fake too, as I expected. Oops, I guess this isn't going to help me much. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. That's okay, Persephone. I don't mind walking around with a little less health. It'll all heal when I break the psyche lock anyway. All right. Can I just go to the detention center? Why can't they list every room on every screen? It helps it feel more like you're actually moving through the space, but it can be kind of annoying. All right. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Detention center. Now Ron is here. Nice clavichord. The fifth game is the first one that I didn't play. Mr. Wright! Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore! Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see... On the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you on that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. It does actually. They give out the death penalty like nothing. I know, Diesel Shot. Oh, have you not seen Ron before? Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask to Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. I see, Diesel. But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? I knew they had to include the devious laugh. No, yeah, Karn, they glammed him the fuck up in the sprite redraw. It's actually insane. Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself! Here I am, the tragic clown! I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time, murdering Kane Bullard. So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atney. The night of the crime. Yeah, Diesel. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. All right, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. It's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone, yeah, we don't know who. Well, I wonder who it was, video game. That really could have been pretty mysterious if you just did like a generic silhouette, but you didn't do a generic silhouette, did you? Right, you used the silhouette of a specific dude we already know, with spiky Yu-Gi-Oh hair. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head, bam! Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. Yeah. The dead body of the CEO was right in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. Oh no. So that's why you why would you touch it? Oh God. So that's why you put it in the safe? Yeah, that's right. Fucking goddamn it. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building, so I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight sounds kind of like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Why were you fired? Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please! Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, okay, so here's the new problem, right? We know that Ron Delight was at Kane Bullard's office, and because of this game's liberal application of its very distinct sprite silhouettes, we know that Luke Atby was there and knocked Ron unconscious. But then who was dressed up as Mask to Mask in the photo? Because the photo was taken at midnight 58, and the murder happened at 1, and around 1, and Ron got to the CEO's office at 1. I guess it's possible that Luke Atby knocked Ron unconscious, then drove to Lord Lee Taylor, and somehow changed the time on the security photo. But I don't know. Oh, and I think the pieces are beginning to fall into place for me. I think I might have it. No, RB, you can guess. I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out about me. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a knife of crime. Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. Criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Oh yeah, well that would be really bad for you. I understand. You're never doing that well again, my dude. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money, except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. Knife of crime. That's pretty good, Persephone. So he became Mask to Mask for Desiree, huh? That's what I figured, honestly. That is a really, really funny solution to keeping your Findom wife funded. Just to become and not even just a thief, not just a burglar, oh, I'll take and sell these expensive items. I'll just sneak in, mask over the head. If I'm on the security camera, I'm just a black silhouette. They'll never know who I was. He became a dashing gentleman thief. If you say so, RB, then why is Luke dressed as him? Or not Luke, why is Ron dressed as him then? Because it really seems like Ron might be Mask to Mask. Because it kind of seems like he stole all those items and was being blackmailed by Kane Bullard. He became the myth. Oh, I see. He can do it if he's cute about it. Let's talk about your wife. Desi, she really has a thing against criminals. You have any idea why that is, Mr. Delight? Well, if you want to know the details, you'll have to ask her. The thing is, after I lost my job at KB Security, oh, probably because she got mugged that one time, I needed to earn money to keep Desi satisfied. Lots of money. But I just couldn't seem to find a good job. That's why I wound up becoming the thing that Desi hates most. A thief. Okay. Let's talk about Godot. You really seem to be a big fan of his, Ron. I saw the way that... Ah! Isn't he great? I wish I could be half as cool as him. Ooh, man, I gotta screenshot that. No, I minimized it. Besides, he's the only one that really believed me when I said I was the thief. Hey, hang on a second. This is the guy that had you arrested for murder. Well, I still don't think that makes him a bad person. What in the world do you see in that coffee-crazed prosecutor? Phoenix, you wouldn't understand. Mr. Bullard, my old boss, it's so sad. Have any idea what might have happened? Was there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Oh, yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was the type of guy who made lots of enemies. He did lots of threatening things to people. Wait, do you mean that he scared people or that he would threaten them with blackmail? Well, I guess they're kind of the same, right? I want to ask you about this clipping because I still don't know who the fuck the guard is supposed to be. Vega says, I don't think it's what Ron sees in Godot. It's the Godot Ron sees in himself. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But mask to mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask to mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Oh, so that's him in the background. Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. Newspaper clipping updated in the court record. I got you, Vega. As you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. All right, so Ron's original outfit was taken by Luke Atme from the scene of the first heist. God only knows, we got two, and then Ron must have made a new costume. God only knows which crimes were committed by whom, because we have two fucking mask-to-masks running around. Detective Atme found the mask-to-mask disguise? That's interesting. Yeah, and I heard that he brought it home with him. They just let him take it? So that's it. And that's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yeah, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? Hi again, Guam. You got them starting when? Tell me more, now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. All right. No, I'd already clicked on that dialogue. Fuck, God damn it. No. Okay. This blackmail, thank you for somebody. This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. This is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yeah, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. He wasn't even doing oh man, Ron. Plans, all right, I guess that makes sense, because he's like not assertive, because he's an obvious sub. So that's how they structure it. It's like, oh, how could he be, he couldn't really be this dashing and ingenious. No, he was being mailed the plans for the heists. So is it like Luke Atme and Kane Bullard were blackmailing him together, and Luke Atme was like planning the heists out, and then Luke and Kane had some kind of a falling out, so he murdered Kane Bullard, and then to throw guilt off himself, he appeared on camera in the mask-to-mask outfit at Lordly Taylor and pretended to deny that he was mask to mask so that it could be revealed in court so that he would have an alibi for not killing Kane Bullard. That's way too complicated. That's not really gonna be what the story is it? What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested trading methods. Oh my God, Ron. You didn't do anything yourself? So you mean the one who planned the heists wasn't you? Forced thiefification? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Oh my God. It sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was mask to mask after all. Yo, Luke at me. What happens if I'm a terrible, oh, I bumped the mic, I'm sorry. What happens if I'm a terrible lawyer and Ron gets found guilty of robbing Lord Lee Taylor? Not to mention he was pleading guilty the entire fucking time. I don't know why they didn't listen to him. Then he would have the alibi and you would be up Schitt's Creek. Like, but someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Hopefully it wasn't fucking literal cash. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? And Minty, I don't know. Ron's testimony added to the court record. From Damask's second heist on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. Ron, you fucking jackass. Before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes, but please don't hurt me. There's a pane of bulletproof glass in between us, you jackass. I accidentally skipped Phoenix's question. I'm gonna say, did you really not kill Kane, or are you really innocent of killing Kane? Yes, of course, I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Are you sure there's a log function, Gist? I'm not sure there's a log function. I'm pressing all the buttons, but I don't think any of them do anything. Very good, Guam. Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have had an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya! Hey, Pearly! I'm back. Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time? A sacred urn, Mr. Deck. I took it back to Karide Village to have it examined. And? What did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Whew! That's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. I didn't think so, Clavichord. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint. That they were put on the urn recently. Why are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yeah, Mr. Deck, we've got to find out how they got there. Okay, we'll go find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Please don't forget about me. Alright. Please come back, OBS. Sacred Urn refiled into the court record. Alright, let's get out of here. Bremy, that would be really cute. However, certain fan art that I've seen would seem to suggest that Ron just rides along with her on the one seat. Bam, 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 bam. That's right, RV. Also, her name is Adrian Andrews. I can never forget it. Sure, Card, you can say that. Is that what that song's from? I saw The Breakfast Club once in my life. I'm not especially attached to it. Where the fuck am I going? Lordly Taylor, but I can't get there yet. Okay. RB, how could you forget that her name is Adrian Andrews when there's that really funny part of the second game where nobody uses she, her pronouns for her for a really long time so that we can trip up Shelly to kill her. No, I didn't know. At least the loading screens aren't very long. All right. Lordly Taylor Basement Warehouse. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn. Take another look at that urn. We can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. Yeah, Persephone. Do I have to look around? I don't think I have to look around. Let's just present the Magatama to her. Jugga, 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 jug. The Sacred Urn. Ms. Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same one as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence that the urn was submitted at the trial was genuine? Oh man, I got 2 full pages of evidence already in the second case. Very good, Minty. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Karine Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken. Again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. Sorry, Pearls! And now it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Do I need to examine the paint again? Oh, no. Probably just the exhibit poster. I can show that it looks different. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? The poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell me the truth. Thank you, Stream Elements. I need money to make rent, so if you enjoy the stream, viewer, I hope that you'll consider donating. I would be super grateful. Wait. 4? Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yeah, that's it. It must have been one of those people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not gonna give up that last psyche lock so easily. Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Now I probably need the paint evidence. All right. I have to examine the shit I already examined that didn't give me evidence, but now it suddenly becomes evidence. It's the hamburger sign, don't click on that. Thank you, Kringus. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the Sacred Urn was in. It looks like there's some pink paint on it, too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. All right, let's investigate again, Nick. Urn box added to the court record. Thank you. It wasn't Kringus. It was 2. Lucky and Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 and $10 donations. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief. That was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. Looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. I'm gonna take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. I know I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. Very good, Bremy. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. Shaped oddly in a shocking pink. Mr. Neck, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. I didn't notice that at all. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Neck? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. Paint marks added to the court record. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Statue wasn't where it was. It was next to the door, right? Being moved by mask to mask. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. Oh, hey, cut it out. You're kind of giving me the creeps with that talk. All right. Adrian. Now I have the paint. No, RB, they did not say it. I have to break the first one again? Come on. It could be a fake. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate, because Tess was mashing B to skip the dialogue. Waka, 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 waka. Yes, it was genuine. Oh my God, we're over 2 full pages of evidence now. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is a genuine article. I got it examined. It was broken recently? Why do you think that? That's actually crazy. Ah, but you look at the photo and it says I am, and now it says Ami, and it was broken, the letters got transposed, and now what do you think is happening? Do you have any proof the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? Yes. The box with the pink paint on it. Well, Ms. Andrews, what's this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means the urn was broken here too. So can you prove that? Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Ah! I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yeah, more or less. There's pink paint spattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of the paint stain, am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Oh! Which means this box was dropped right over here. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Get it also, because like justice? That's True Stream Elements. You guys should join my Discord if you haven't, but most of you watching are probably already in there. It's a good time. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. Weird analogy. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Ooh, the sad Steel Samurai song. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, 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 wow. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly?
No, not at all. I know just how she feels.
Yeah, you do.
It happened about 2 weeks ago. Just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box.
This is a ridiculous frame.
When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground.
Crash.
I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was gonna stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. Ah! The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. Going hard through the paint downtown, I was in shock.
She did look like a webcomic character.
And let out a huge scream.
I can totally see how that could have happened. I don't know why she didn't wash the paint off the pieces first. I understand not wanting to use like paint thinner because that might ruin the glaze on the urn, but you could have run them under some water. Soak them. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Karine Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big.
And that's when the I am got changed to Ami?
I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person, really?
Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling.
Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since then.
Sacred urn updated in the court record. Broken and repaired by Adrian 2 weeks ago, then replaced in its box, kept out of sight.
But there's something I don't get.
When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains.
Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it.
The Ami face statue. Aha! I was thinking about what I was gonna be able to do for dinner tonight because I'm gonna be streaming late. And Taco Bell might actually be open. That might not be a bad solution to my little problem. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floors of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon,
Minty.
that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall.
And?
I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it.
I see. Now it makes perfect sense.
But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible.
Wow, Pearl, you're a real investigator. Kringus, thank you so much for the $10. She's right about that.
Garrulus, I can do the bimbo voice, but I can only do it when I'm talking to you guys, because I have to voice the game.
In exchange, I'll set the bimbo voice timer for 10 minutes instead of 5. That'll be the bargain we strike.
Bimbo voice activated.
It's really gonna fuck up all of my Phoenix Wright voices, but that's probably what you were looking for. Well, Ms. Andrews?
What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again?
Well, then who was it? Who would have done it and why? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved, but why?
Ami Faye's golden statue updated in the court record.
I guess I can read the descriptions and shit in the bimbo voice still. Very potentially Kringus. I wouldn't know because I'm a vegetarian, but I hear tell It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Ron DeLight, was at KB Security. So then why did another mask-to-mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? Persephone, that's a good idea. You should do that, Kringos. I'll report as to if Taco Bell is open. The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but one day after the body was discovered, less than a day. Oh, sorry, one day after the body was discovered, less than a day. I reread my lines in the bimbo voice. It looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Hi, Lockshield, welcome to the stream. To be continued. Save your progress up to this point? Fuck yes, dude. October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. We're gonna get to see Godot again. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? Ugh, they're having Detective Atme's trial today. Actually, yeah, why didn't I get a chance to talk to Detective Atme after he was arrested? I really would have appreciated that. Detective Atme? They say they're gonna try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. This justice system moves real fucking fast for no good reason. Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial. I know. I don't know who the fuck this is. Who's saying I know? By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. Oh, it's Ron. I know. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please, don't ignore me! Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. No one wants this pussy. I made myself so pretty, and for what? All those years of HRT, DL HRT, wasted. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the oh, you don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Now let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. I repeat, plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heists. Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Nick? It's possible. But today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. My glutes need to be very toned to save your boy wife from certain death in the justice system. October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. It's Godot, he's back.
Court is now in session for the trial of the second trial of Mr. Ron DeLight in as many days.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak.
Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot.
Ugh, he's got the judge in the palm of his hand, somehow. Ron DeLight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot.
Huh. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right?
Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case.
I know, right, Persephone? I was looking forward to MK complaining about Godot more. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change.
The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. of the previous day.
And that's when our lost little kitten dropped the ball.
Please don't call Ron your little kitten in the middle of the murder trial, please, Godot.
That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant.
Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness.
No, fuck you. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. But the first one is always the best.
Mr. Godot, your witness?
Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself.
The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections?
It wouldn't matter if I did. Godot's allowed to call whatever fucking witnesses he wants, isn't he? Ron doesn't have to testify to anything that could serve to incriminate him, but he has to testify.
It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but...
Not yet, Garrulus. That is not until the 4th case. So we're still a ways away. Actually, no. He might or might not appear in the, opening cutscene of the 3rd case. I don't think he does, but I'm not sure. Oh, is it illegal in the US, clavichord?
I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination.
Phoenix, you're making it sound a lot more intentional than it was.
She put a lot of trust in me back then.
We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify.
Huh. You've got guts, Trey.
I love voicing Godot so much. I love voicing Godot. He's so fun to voice. He's so obnoxious. He says so much fucking bullshit, and he's so up his own ass. It's such a fun character to voice. That's why I was talking about how annoying the trial was gonna be yesterday when we had Luke at me on the stand and Godot at the prosecution desk.
All right then, Mr. Rondelite, please take the stand.
Oh, never mind. You did it, didn't you?
Yes. What? No. That's not true.
For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin.
Huh. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened.
Dun dun. My Visit to KB Security by Ron Delight. Age 23. That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place.
I don't know how we've established that. I don't know a lot about forensics, but Kane Bullard's body went undiscovered for 32 hours? I would be surprised if they were, in real life, they would have been more committal than saying, the night of the 11th, morning of the 12th.
The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up.
No, I don't have to speak in the bimbo voice anymore. No. Oh, wait. RB, here, I'll check the dates on that. We'll figure that out. Ooh, fuck. Oh, God, I'm sleepy. Fuck, there's not a date on the photo. 1 a.m. the night of the crime. Night of the crime, 1 a.m. Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. Clavichord, that's basically the exact same thing. Time of death, 10:12 at 1 a.m. And then his body was found the morning of the 13th, we just established. Today's the 14th. His body was found yesterday morning.
Huh. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny.
You'd never know it from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
I fucking love Godot so much. He's talking about his destiny and what it means to be a man in the dark tides of fate. And he's really, really annoying. My visit to KB Security. That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard at his office at KB Security. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also...
1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct?
It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then?
Oh, of course. They'd say things like, seal this, or take that. Well, why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000.
Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait! I never intended to pay that money anyway!
Whoa, is that right?
After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir!
Huh.
A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Muddy mud skipper? What the fuck? What? Blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't gonna cause me trouble or anything. I'm probably supposed to present the blackmail letter that says, I'll cause a lot of trouble for you. What? 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 The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty.
Then you need your eyes examined.
Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright.
I must be on the wrong track? Yeah, I must be on the track that the developers didn't want me to be on. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter says, if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me.
He didn't?
Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. So that's why Ms. Delight didn't believe he was mask-to-mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. I'm probably supposed to present the binder of mask-to-mask information then. You used to be security chief for KB Security, right? Yeah, that's right.
A security chief? You?
And yet, a year ago you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? Why were you fired? We really still haven't nailed that one down. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired for your job. Diesel shot. I don't know. Well, yeah, the Shreyaks, it made me feel things too.
The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that.
Okay, then I take it back.
Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Most hobbies are spending money, unfortunately. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I... Fuck! I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret and made it seem like I had quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you.
So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Aw, man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse, crashed, and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Fired me for selling company secrets, but Desi doesn't know about that. Let me review what evidence I have. Buzzer went off. Left hand of Hades. Sounds more like a magical item and less like an objet d'art. Alright, I guess I'll just press this. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Ms. Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? Yes, Diesel, this is the second case with an earn rearrangement spelling change. So it would seem. I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. Can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples.
Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We'd better be careful. If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna save the game before I bumble around in the dark a little more.
Bow, 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 bow.
All right. Try the files here. Nope. Aw, Diesel. Really having to think about this. It could be that I have to press earlier testimony once I've revealed the later testimony, because they do that sometimes. Too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there? It'd say things like still this or still that. Wasn't going to cause you trouble. Okay. Garrulous, I agree. It's one of her best sprites. I also like... Okay. I'm sorry I skipped a bunch of dialogue. I thought it was dialogue I had already seen. But yeah, I had to retread earlier dialogue once we had established the later dialogue. Something about mask to mask. What did I press on? It wasn't going to cause me trouble. He didn't know that I was mask to mask. Anyway. Tisk tisk. Tisk tisk. I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore. What do you mean? The reason it won't hold up. The victim had no proof that the defendant was mask to mask, but you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. But that was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there's no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later. I see. So he said I had no reason to be worried, and Godot says, no, you did have a reason to be worried. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Yeah, because Desi would have been upset with him. Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public.
Mr. Wright!
Oh, so was Kane gonna reveal Ron as a data thief, and Luke knew that Ron didn't have the money to pay up, so Luke killed Kane so that he could continue to plan murders? Or not plan murders, continue to plan thefts. I don't know, man. This thing is really complicated.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client?
Huh. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right! Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Objection, can opposing counsel stop hitting on me, please? Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Do you have any evidence to back up those claims? Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? His wife. Diesel. What is a man? Shatters coffee cup. A miserable little pile of bacteria. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match with what you told me yesterday. Huh? What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret. Boom. Also, let me know how many squats we're at, and let me know when we're at 15, because I have to do a minimum of 15. Boom.
A certain person?
It's like Zumbinis, where you have to get going with a minimum of 16, except it's Tesla squats. Ms. Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Wow, but listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Ugh, Godot. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault.
What do you mean?
Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how the murder came about.
Oh,
No! Everything's falling neatly into place for him. Your Honor, I move that I be... Is it Faith? Who says that? Is that the Hyper Chicken? Who says that one, Faith? Don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. Your Honor, I move I be disbarred on account of introducing this evidence against my own client.
well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes.
Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. I will shed a single tear as I send him to the gallows.
The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. Imagine being the judge's wife asking how work was when you're on whatever day. At the CEO's office. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow in there. It was all spiky up top, like Yami Yugi from that anime I used to watch when I was a kid. Why show me again? Man, it's worse than I thought. You can see the fucking support strut for his monocle through the silhouette. Guy, you needed to make a neutral silhouette. Just a blank head and shoulders, man. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. Okay, now we have to figure out what that was. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead!
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mask to Mask struck him on the head from behind.
Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Huh. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. Now you say that, Faith, but also, in the last case of the previous game, instead of a neutral silhouette, they used a sprite that was very recognizably Shelly the Killer for Maya's kidnapper, which is to say, like, very recognizably the bellboy that we had talked to earlier, because he's in disguise as a bellboy at the beginning of the case. And then you go to Matt Ungard's house, and Shelly the Killer's just there. He's like, hello, I'm the butler here. Now the player knows exactly who I am, because we've made it very clear to them with my bad silhouette sprite. However, no one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked!
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination.
Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. What the fuck? This is such a strange way for court to work. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Phoenix, at the CEO's office. But, so the reason that Phoenix asked Ron whether or not he killed his boss at the detention center is probably because with the Magatama, Phoenix can tell when someone's lying. But remember, the last case of last game, Phoenix asks Matt Ungard, did you kill anybody? He goes, I never killed anyone, bro. And that includes Juan Corrida. And it checked out. And why did it check out? Because he paid someone else to do it. So maybe Ron had Luke. When I entered the office, okay. If you hadn't been wearing what, you would have been killed. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my Mask to Mask costume, of course.
Wait just a moment. Mask to Mask?
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask to Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security.
What?
Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind? Ha! My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly.
At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask to Mask costume. Let's press that new piece of dialogue. Why were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why? Because I am Mask to Mask, of course.
What are you talking about? Mask to Mask's trial is being held next door.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. It took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yes?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking?
I think that's my line.
Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine?
What?
The answer is simple. When they take them off.
As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer?
So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure. Godot's dirty shorts.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yeah.
Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
Yes, sir. Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. Took about 10 minutes. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Thanks, Faith. We haven't pressed this one yet. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there dead. When you came to? Yeah, I was passed out in the corner of the room. Do you know when your assailant made their escape and to where? I'm afraid I don't really remember. Huh? Once they hit me, I lost all track of what was going on. I think that's when they made their escape.
That's certainly a convenient story for you, isn't it?
It certainly is, isn't it, Mr. Wright? It almost sounds practiced.
I don't know why you're telling me. Witness, isn't it true you've been paid for your testimony? Yeah, you gave me $10 and some candy. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Great fucking question. Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. I wonder if there's a greater proportion of court scenes in Futurama episodes or Simpsons episodes. Like the number of episodes featuring a court scene to the overall number. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it.
I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body.
That certainly makes more sense.
Hold on. 10 minutes?
What is it, Neck?
Just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body and spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Neck, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. Player? Okay. Took about 10 minutes. There's really no, like, informational connection between these two things, but they told me to do this, so I'm doing it. Ridiculous. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record?
And what might this be?
The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, the security team is supposed to come running.
Ellipsis.
And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m.
What?
If Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Objection. Rondelite worked there. He knew exactly how shitty the security was. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea that there were security personnel in the building. So is moving in a bit of a Gene Stardust, Starwind direction. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
But, as it turns out, the guard never came.
That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, who had just gotten cucked really bad, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was something Mr. Delight could not have known.
Ha! Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
It's loud as fuck. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is.
Conscious? What do you mean by that?
Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes.
Unconscious? So he fainted?
That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body.
So, what are you trying to say?
Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Right, so that Larry would theoretically run up and find Kane's body and Ron and be like, and then Ron would be arrested for the murder, I guess.
Order in the court! Mr. Wright,
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard.
Then who pressed the buzzer?
It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button.
No, Phoenix, not Ack. His fingerprints aren't on the button. Not Ack at all.
So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright?
I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? I can prove it, all right. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. The buzzer proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. Arbit, I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for.
The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it?
Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue.
Now I'm the one who's clueless.
Nyuk, 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 nyuk. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Oh no, I really did spit all over my monitor.
Ron Delight obviously wiped them off.
Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment.
He touched that button. I know he did.
The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask Damask. And Mask Damask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of his... Okay. What reason could he have possibly had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Oh, well, Diesel.
Order! Order! Order!
Ha! It would seem.
I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow-flavored coffee is.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden?
Huh. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're onto you, Nick. Diesel, just give me a second to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. I'm gonna check how late Taco Bell is open. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking... Oh, and Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? Closes 3 a.m., did you say? Closes 3 a.m.? Ah, but Washington's birthday might affect these hours. I don't think so. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? Right, exactly, Practical Aviation Cat. Because you need Taco Bell when you get high. And suddenly it's 3 a.m. and you haven't had anything to eat. The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. That's okay, Gist. I will have fun, and feel free to check out the VOD if you want to see more Phoenix Wright later. Security was supposed to respond. They invented fourth meal.
Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then. You've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. I like the kind of lawyer who can kick my ass.
Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer?
To call the security guard and see Ron Delight and the murder victim. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yes, although as it turns out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Huh, what a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Let's linger on his silhouette for a really long time this time.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder. Ugh. What is the promise ring he has on his index finger? I'm already married to coffee.
Order! Order! Order!
It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again.
Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only masked mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard.
Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard?
It would have been more interesting if his wife was the murderer, I have to say. That was Arbeat's guess. Who was it that framed Mr. Ron Delight for the murder of Kane Bullard? Why, Kane Bullard himself, of course. It'd be cool if they had like special dialogue just for that. Arbeat says, it's gotta be her though. Why do you feel that way, Arbeat? 11th hour twist. Yeah, no, there's actually a third day of the trial where Ron or Luke Atme gets found guilty for being masked to mask, and then the next day Luke Atme gets found guilty for being the real murderer, and then the third day of the trial it turns out that actually Luke Atme was stealing the urn and it's Desiree who's the murderer. Persephone thinks that Desiree might be masked to mask. Atme seems too incompetent to kill. Ace detective. Luke Atme.
You mean mask to mask, did it?
No. Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not masked to mask at all, even though I proved that he was during yesterday's trial. Ignore that shit I said. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. I'm very pleasantly surprised that Bert hasn't started meowing yet.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime?
They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime, subject to a capital punishment.
Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atney confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, as masked a mask. That's so stupid. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. Oh, is he... Arby, false alarm. That was his true objective all along.
To be found guilty.
Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke Atney's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi.
A guilty verdict. As an alibi?
You know, it's almost time
For what?
for Luke Atney's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Huh?
Mr. Luke Atney's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. I'm saving the game because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing now.
Faith.
If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal.
Am I really sure about this? Huh. A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Oh my god. Do you guys know Arbeat's theory about Godot's identity, by the way? That Godot is Doug Swallow from the prequel case? Where, what's her name? Dahlia electrocuted her ex-boyfriend so he couldn't reveal that she poisoned that one guy. A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Godot did say that he came back from the depths of hell. Mr. Delight. So please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. This huge pair of tits flash at his mind's eye. Phoenix. Huh! What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. Ooh, Phoenix, I'm a ghost. Do you guys see that post? That's somebody's like curtains, like gauzy, silky curtains, blowing in the wind, like forming the shape of the cups of a bra. And it was posted with the caption, "Huge ghost boobs," and somebody QRT'd it with "Phoenix, don't give up." Faith V, he could just get tan. Very good, Faith. Very good. Yeah, he replicated the melatonin injections that you can make. No, melanin injections that you can make. I fucked it up. I'm always fucking it up. I'm always mixing those two up. God damn it. He made those melanin injections that you can take to make your skin darker on a more permanent basis than sun or spray tanning. Anyway, thank you, Stream Elements. If you'd like to help me keep melatonin and melanin straight, consider donating to the stream so I don't get turned out on the street, where I'll get so cold that I'll lose my perspicacity entirely and be able to keep any words straight. Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like, is Maya gonna be channeling her? Mia! Your Honor! The defense requests an immediate recess! The Defense requests that my controller reconnect. Huh. So that's your answer, huh? Uh-oh, the encoding's over. Never mind.
Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright.
What? They didn't even ask me for evidence.
When it comes back, we'll need to see some evidence or something.
Yes, Your Honor. They didn't even ask me for, like, grounds for pausing the other trial. October 14th, 11:58 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5. Payne is the one prosecuting it.
Well, Sir Detective Atme?
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who...
We do get to see Alt Judge for the first time! Was that Garrulus who said that? He was right. Behold, Alt Judge! That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this hearing. This court finds the defendant Luke Atme. Hold it. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who got the plum job of defending this motherfucker, 5th edition judge? Who got the plum job of defending this motherfucker? Why didn't we get to see, like, I don't know, Emma Sky? I don't know. Somebody should have been defending him. I mean, I did give him that accent because I remembered him being Canadian. I didn't remember him using Canadian slang. Certainly not as his second fucking line. Who's this hose, Ray? My name's Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Are you Canadian? What? And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme.
Accusation? You accuse Mask to Mask?
That man is not Mask to Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? In case you guys want to see more alt exclamation point judge, I have good news for you. The 4th case in this game, which is Mia's first case, as opposed to her second case, which was the first case that we played, is in fact presided over by alt judge. That is not solid. Wait, how does Raiden say it? I don't know. I'm very sorry that I interrupted Metal Gear Solid 2. I thought that I would be able to finish Phoenix Wright before I got back home. I didn't anticipate my mom's internet being so unreliable. Gyaruj? I mean, he's not tan at all, but nowadays, I'm very sorry to say, viewer, and it's a cry and fucking shame. Nowadays, viewer, when a character in an anime is Gyaru, she's just blonde. That's all it takes nowadays to be considered Gyaru. No tan. Nothing, pale as the driven snow, but also blonde, or even with like pink hair. Now it's like just any e-girl aesthetic is Gyaru. Come on. October, I also like this game's non-linear storytelling, Faith. That's why they brought back that idea plainly. Because in the first game, the cases took place in order. In the second game, I think the temporal order of the first and second cases is actually swapped. They have but Phoenix loses his memory for the first case that you play, and then he's like, oh, that's right, Maya, she's my assistant, and something bad happened with her recently, and that's the second case. But this is the first case where they like have flashed back significantly. They've done like the case order temporally, it goes like 4, 1, and then a huge gap, and then 2, 3, and 5. And they brought that back in Apollo Justice as well. Because there's a prequel case in Apollo, it's like maybe the 3rd case in Apollo Justice. Anyway, October 14th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Time used to be we did have Gyaru standards. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then she's still alive inside your heart. I mean, she's also still alive just in the afterlife because you've channeled her like 5 times. Nicky boy! Oh, Ms. Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer? So you heard all that, so you know that your husband is a criminal, right? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Literally any random person could have been in the CEO's office and clubbed the guy out, clubbed Ron out, hit the button and left. It could have been anyone. We have no motive. We haven't established he was there. In fact, it looks like he was somewhere else entirely. But he wasn't at Lordly Taylor that night. Oh, but he wasn't at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atney want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. October 14th, 12:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. How many squats are we at presently? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But only 9. Okay. Once another 7 come in, I'll attend to my sacred duty. Please reopen OBS.
Now then, this court is back in session.
Barry! Hi, Barry! Hi, Barry! Hi, Barry! Hi, Barry! I'm sorry I didn't see you because I was looking at the redeems, Barry. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Mr. Luke Atney, please take the stand.
Barry, were you... Oh, never mind. I don't know if Barry has seen Ron Delight yet. She definitely didn't see all the homoerotic shit between him and Godot yesterday. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Loyal? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Hi, Barry. Hi, Sergeant Barry. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. I guess if it's cadet, you should be like Lieutenant Barry? Lieutenant Commander? Captain Barry? An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atney has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here.
You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask.
Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Ding, 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 ding. We have a motive. This letter was not written to Ron. It was written to Luke. What's his face? Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke. There we go. Barry is Sephiroth? Barry, you don't think that you would be Tifa? So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask? They shouldn't have revealed that was a red diamond. They shouldn't have said anything. Because it is like sparkling. It should have been on me to notice it. Of course. Very well then. Oh.
Very well then, Luke Atney. Let us begin with a simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time?
One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge.
Thanks.
Barry, you haven't seen this guy yet.
All right, Mr. Atney. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears.
As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. Barry, he looks like a DeviantArt OC, doesn't he? With the white hair and the Cyclops visor. And also, you can tell the tween who created him really loved Agent Dale Cooper because he's obsessed with black coffee. Barry, great fucking question. Also, he's a man of mystery. Nobody knows who he is. He just showed, this is his first case. He just showed up at the district attorney's office and asked to try this case. And when Gumshoe, the detective, tried to figure out why they let him do it, nobody at the DA's office would talk about him. So he like has dirt on everyone in the DA's office or something that allows him to step in when he has like no experience or qualifications. Anyway, I was stealing the ad as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I have more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. He is cool. He does make Shadow the Hedgehog look restrained and tasteful.
Seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene.
Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. Oh my god. I think I know what it was. I think I know what it was. Am I right? Huh. There's no date on this photo. And Atme had access to the warehouse like for days, and the paint stain is visible. Even though the statue was moved to cover it the day of the theft. So I think the idea is probably that the night before the theft, he had this photo taken at 12:58 in the morning. Then he had to somehow set off the computer the next day. I don't know how he would have done that. And then later, he came back and realized that the photo didn't match what the warehouse looked like, and he moved the Mystic Ami statue. Barry, he's pretty cool. Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Barry, I don't know if you saw the defendant in this case, but he's like a turbo twink. He's like, they really prettied him up in the sprite redraw. And when he was still trying to get found guilty for being the master thief, he was like begging the prosecutor to sentence him, and the prosecutor was saying shit like good boy, and the defendant was saying shit like yes, sir. They were going at it insanely hard. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Sounds like Franziska von Karma dialogue. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. The alibi. I was stealing the ad as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. It was a pathetically easy job. I'll just press everything for now. Yes, the twink's wife is a sexy lady in a red catsuit who fin-dommed him so hard he turned to crime because otherwise he couldn't afford to continue funding her shopping sprees. That's literally his motive for becoming like a masked master thief. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. Here, let me show her to you, Barry. This is she. You can't see her tits, but they're out. Oh, and this is him. There we go. Barry, I would be more than happy to. Have you used that Victoria's Secret gift card yet? I guess that's not really me buying you anything, but we should nevertheless go shopping when I'm back. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I am called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is.
What do you mean?
Huh. Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? No, I'm not saying that. If Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder, then the Mask to Mask couldn't be him. Then there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what this guy wants. There's gotta be another way, and I'm gonna find it. More than enough time to prepare. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target.
I see. You truly are evil, aren't you?
Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Filth are my politics, filth are my life. Take whatever you like. Huh? Detective Atney was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. No, that's true. It is kind of odd. Oh shit. No! No! Shit. No, dude. Oh, no. God. Oh, Mary, Mother of God. Oh, shit. Okay. My internet's still good, actually. You guys hear me still? My internet connection looks fine. Barry, it keeps on dropping to red for me. Barry, it looks really bad, in fairness. Okay, it's still just a sound issue. That makes it sound like the same thing as yesterday, but I'm literally doing a connection test right now, and my internet's like much better than it was when I tried to do this yesterday, and I couldn't because the stream kept crashing. I don't really understand the issue. Is it my upload speed is fucked? My upload speed looks like relatively okay too. Okay, Maddox. Hi, Ezer. Fucking hell. I don't know what to do in this situation. I really don't know what the issue is now. Because yesterday this was happening and it made sense because my internet like verifiably sucked. I could do a connection test. It would be like, yep, your internet sucks. But right now my internet otherwise seems to be fine. So I don't know what the issue is. I guess we can just wait a little while and see what happens. Although unfortunately that does mean that stream investment is going to drop off. Fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know about this. The game looks perfect. I mean, the game looks perfect because it's like no frames. I'll message MK and ask if she's available, and then I'll get back to playing the game, I guess. Yeah, my bitrate is fine. It's not the webcam, Bremy. It is a problem connecting to Twitch because I'm looking at like the bandwidth indicator and the number of dropped frames in OBS, and it's abysmal. It's not a webcam problem. I will message MK and ask if she's available to help, and then I will get back to playing the video game for a little bit. All right. Okay, Barry. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. Thank you for your input, Barry. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as a perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's gotta be something phony in that photo. Yeah, actually, there is. I mean, that's exactly what it is, Barry, yes. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now, it's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you?
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
I see.
Yes, Barry, it is very stupid. You're correct. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? Has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask-to-mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Shit. Man. I don't know. I can say that he had an accomplice. I don't know that he did. Oh, you know what, actually, though? He was sending Ron the instructions on how to do the crimes, wasn't he? Maybe they want me to say that his accomplice was Ron? Exactly, you had an accomplice.
Now remember, you've said that, Mr. Trite, because there's no going back. This isn't a video game. You can't just hit start and then load your save.
Hi, MK. No, it's not saying encoder overloaded. It is a, like, Twitch connection issue. Like, the little bars that go from red to green are, like, really, really low, and lots of frames are dropping. But people say that the audio is fine, and the game looks okay, so I'm, like, still going for now. I did a connection test, though, and my internet is good. It's much, much higher than it was yesterday when I was having all my problems, so I don't know what the issue is.
If you're making baseless claims, I'll treat you to a penalty myself.
That penalty is probably boiling hot, too.
So who is it, Mr. Trite? Who was the accomplice?
Probably not this. MK. Ooh, we're back in the green. Maybe it'll slowly and steadily improve. Well, now we're back down to the yellow, but maybe it'll slowly and steadily improve. Possibly, MK. It was this person. Nope.
Huh. That's quite the prank you're trying to pull. Do you have any evidence that this person is, in fact, the accomplice?
Well, the aura that this person has around them is,
If you're going to judge someone by their aura, you would be right up there as the #1 suspect, Mr. Wright.
all right, reloading.
There's no going back. You can't reload a save.
Okay, I'm not saying that you had an accomplice, which was my instinct the first time as well. I just couldn't think of anything else. So by photograph, you mean sometimes the solution is as evil as press the same piece of dialogue twice, like with no other dialogue changing, without presenting anything. You just press the same piece of dialogue twice. Indeed it is. That is it, the very thing that proves I committed the crime. It's almost as if you had it taken on purpose. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captures it. Isn't there something funny about this picture? It literally was just press the same piece of dialogue twice. It was exactly what I fucking said. You bet there's something funny about the picture. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well. Oh, that was an at-me voice for a second there.
Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny?
The paint. The funny part is right here.
Why, this is a blood stain! Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting.
Not exactly. This stain is actually pink paint.
I thought I was in doggone Rompa for a second. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that.
From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. Yeah, correct, Persephone, correct. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, Turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Ugh.
Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains?
Boom. A Danganronpa ripoff, yeah. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then the statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old hag was sitting in the corner.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally.
Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? I will, just to be safe, deactivate and reactivate the camera, but I don't think that did anything. Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it?
Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer.
That's right, Barry, it does.
Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime?
Look at me, I guess? Because it wasn't, Adrian moved the statue to cover the stain. So who moved it away from the stain? Can only be Luke at me. Yeah, RB, I think that's a coincidence. One who moved the statue is none other than Luke at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions.
Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions?
It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins.
Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move the statue?
The reason can be found here in this photograph. Okay, I thought I was gonna get a chance to say it, but... Look at me. You pretended to be Mask to Mask, to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. Ellipses. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. Thank you, Barry. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. Shut up, Phoenix. That is why you had to move the statue.
A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist? Oh! This? The timestamp? It's either the timestamp or the paint, but I just indicated the paint, so maybe the timestamp. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke at me went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor this time. I'm not sure the judge is gonna give you that one, Phoenix. What'll it be?
But what does that have to do with the statue being moved?
Remember, if you will, Your Honor. When was this statue placed beside Phoenix, the warehouse door?
Well,
The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke at me had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. Thank you, Stream Elements. I normally live in an apartment that has a much better and more consistent internet connection. I hope you'll consider donating for the stream to help me make rent there. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, Barry, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? No, Barry, but there are some typos in the game sometimes. It's not a big deal, but of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. I said yet twice.
Ah!
So, on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Phoenix, why are you doing these folksy aphorisms? This has never been part of your character. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Rah! I like his back sprite, it's very debonair.
Order! Order! Mr. Atme, is this true?
One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this?
What's that?
The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor's staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. I wish I fucking knew that shit before. Yeah, sorry. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. I was apologizing for the brooch. I was gonna say he would just change the timestamp, like the computer time. Because this is in the aughts, like if the computer might not have even been connected to the internet, he could just change the time in the corner of the screen, say whatever he wanted.
Order! Order! Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this?
Huh.
Godot, I warned you about making me wait! Now put that coffee down!
My 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. I'm gonna keel over any second from a heart condition. My doctor is pleading with me to stop, but I won't. Which means I'm still good till the last drop.
However, the defense has a very good point.
A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. I'm sure that was much better wordplay in Japanese. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is? Who is throwing him the coffee? That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
That's very true!
No way! Don't fall for that, Your Honor! Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it.
Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn.
The Sacred Urn Heist by Luke Atme. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. Do I have testimony from Ron? Yes. He was being directed on how to steal by blackmail letters. The urn was placed in a box and Tzvari! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. It wasn't valuable, though. We established that yesterday. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. It's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave.
Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time?
Tzvari. That's not an answer.
Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Boom, boom. Wah. It'd be really cool if the internet came back one day. Or whatever the fuck the problem is. It'd be cool if it went away. First received the request 20 days ago. You were asked to guard the urn by Ms. Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed, it seemed that they'd heard of my sparkling reputation. That sucks. I see Ms. Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You'd better watch out too, Amaya. What does that mean? You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh, interesting new tidbit. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. I have a theory that is developing. Hi, Martin. My theory is developing. Yep, broken 2 weeks ago. The card was sent 10 days ago. It's not in the information on the card object, but it was sent 10 days ago. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I look at me and let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. Yes, she is very. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, which it wasn't. You mean this calling card? That's right! That is, without a doubt, my calling card. I guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. No one entered the basement warehouse? Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. That's true. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? That detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination, that he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. All right, then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen it. Yes, I know, thank you. You've really driven it home here. I guess we would present that here, because he never actually says the words, I never saw it until that night, but he does say that he held it in his hands for the first time on this night. So let us present your calling card. Objection! You don't really object to point out contradictions in a witness's testimony, but this is crazy cuckoo bananas law land. Mr. Atme, if you really are mask to mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask to Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn.
Yes, that's true, but so what?
Truth be told, there's no way that Mask to Mask could have known about this pattern.
What do you mean?
This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains.
Paint stains?
And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite.
The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, Barry, I haven't been pronouncing it. I mean, how would I pronounce it? Mask? Damask? Like, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. That's not nice, Phoenix. Look, she's moe, because she's clumsy. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn.
Ugh, you can't be serious.
What's that line from? You can't be serious. What the fuck is that from? It's gonna drive me crazy. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Weird noise for him to make.
Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself?
All right, that did it. He's broken. Nick, I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Mask to Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point.
No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor! You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive manifest? I'm shocked I made it all the way through that line. Nick, he's getting a second wind. Listen to that alliteration.
If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron Delight, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
Save the game. Save the game. Very good, MK. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron Delight. Boom. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear.
Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You could have like video evidence that somebody was on the premises, and you could have the murder weapon with their fingerprints on it, and you'd be like, they don't have a motive. But it doesn't fucking matter if the rest of the evidence is strong enough.
Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were.
Well, Artbeat, I think Phoenix's motive in the opening case was supposed to be that Doug was talking shit about Dahlia. It's a motive for murder. I'd be honored to, Sir Old Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Motive for murder. Luke Atme had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Mask to Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Mask to Mask. That is— oh no, this is so much dialogue, dude. That is why Mr. Delight thought fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy.
So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant?
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Blackmail letter updated in the court record.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination.
Motive for murder. No point of contact with the victim whatsoever, huh? Damn, that's not what I thought it would be. Because Kane Bullard was blackmailing a lot of people, and I think that Luke Atme was probably investigating those people for him. And who in the world is going to prove that? I will. That! After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security.
Bum 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 bum. Oh shit, I didn't read that. I was looking at chat.
Whatever you said was very blunt.
In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. Pum 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 pum. Mistook his identity? That's right, mistook. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error. That is 100% not where that comes from. They did it to me. They made me look it up. I mean, I know it's not that, because that's really stupid. But let's see what it actually is. Mistake, mid-14th century to commit an offense, later 14th century to misunderstand, misinterpret, take in a wrong sense. From wrong, oh shit. No! From miss, badly, wrongly, and take, or perhaps from a cognate Scandinavian source such as Old Norse mistaka, perhaps a blend of both words. Whoopsie! Oh no! Oh no! They got me! They got me! Oh god. Mistaka doesn't fucking look fucking Norse? That wasn't what I meant. Anyway, it's not necessarily from Mistaka. It might be, or it might be from an English construction, or it might be a combination of the two.
Just who did the victim mistake mask to be?
Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course. I did get at me, Iggy. Boy, I'd like to wipe the smug look off this guy's face. I'm gonna press on him harder. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for mask to mask? Don't you already know that? Sverre, take a look at this newspaper.
Oh, that's the famous Tear of Emerald, a magnificent jewel.
That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, I didn't get the impression that Luke Atmey's chin jutted out so far from his sprite. It also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. Wow, throwing shade.
The defendant?
The victim clearly misread this article and Sverre, he got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact masked to mask.
I see.
That was an unusually reasonable deduction. Yeah, Diesel shot it did. Was Mr. Bullard who wrote the thing and did the thing? You mean this blackmail letter right here?
It says bring $50,000.
And the handwriting is, without a doubt, the victim's? There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it.
But I don't see an addressee on this letter anywhere.
An addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. I wonder, what's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if that blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Whoa, do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling there's something not quite right about the blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? No, I'm not. I'll keep pressing. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Sverre! KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. Kane Bullet had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail.
However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually masked to mask?
On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. The defendant truly... Man, this is a lot of fucking dialogue, dude. You really think that story's gonna hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight.
Ronnie thinks he's masked a mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him.
He has a nice vest.
Huh. Well, Mr. Trite.
Was he trying to act like Ms. Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. Oh, I should have read that differently, I guess. Here, wait, let me take that again. I want to try Godot as Ron Delight. Hang on, or as Desiree, rather. Let's keep it going. I might have to press all this shit again, by the way. All right, you think that story's gonna hold up? He thinks he is mask to mask. Give me a second shot at the line, okay.
Ronnie thinks he's masked a mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Huh. Well, Mr. Trite.
Pretty good impression. Good job, Godot. Now that's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of a carefully applied reasoning.
Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves?
It's a long story and better saved for another time.
Very well, another time.
Those so-called long stories aren't usually all that long, but this one is. Man. I pressed on everything, but no new evidence shook out, or no new points of testimony. I'm gonna go out on a limb and try presenting Ron's testimony that he was being instructed on how to commit the crimes. Piece of testimony that says that he's masked to mask. Nope, not that. Wanna try that shit again? Should I just be trying the blackmail letter because they were like shoving it in my face? Yep. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You're one to talk. At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior?
Indeed.
Oh, also, Barry, earlier Godot called Phoenix a lost little kitten.
Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter.
The part where it says the red diamond, I think. But they wouldn't ask me to present the same thing twice, would they? I guess they could ask me that, actually. Either that Ron was stealing as directed by blackmail letters. Faith V, there is a lot of yaoi fan art of this game. All these games, let me tell you. Huh. A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. I think you mean 1-2 punch.
Mr. Wright, try thinking things.
I did think things through. I had a solution. I just can't say it. How? Oh shit, I'm all the way back here. How obnoxious. Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong fucking button.
I will. We did a background check or something.
I'll save again once we're closer to the next evidence point. Oh! We're back up to full stream strength! Please, no, never mind. We were very briefly back up to full stream strength. It was a beautiful dream. I would love to show you the contradicting evidence. Fuck! You can't save on the evidence selection screen? You could in previous cases. He was being directed to steal. Thank you, Bremy. I'm sorry, Sophia. Huh. Okay, I'll save this time. I sure felt that punch, Your Honor. Anyway, let's try reading the blackmail letter one more time. I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, there's gotta be something in it somewhere. What? No! Jesus fucking Christ. Why'd they kick me all the way out? It's possible that I'm just, like, I don't have the evidence to answer this yet, and that's why they kicked me out. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come here and bring them money. Take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Oh my God. They want me to present the list of things that Ron stole and show that there's no red diamond on there. Jesus fucking Christ. I think. Really? They don't? They don't want me to do that? I think I might not have it yet. Yeah, I know what's off about the blackmail letter. Ron didn't have a red diamond. Is there a piece of evidence that demonstrates he didn't have $50,000? Oh, is it that there's not $50,000 in Ron's wallet? I don't know, man. I'll try that, and then if that doesn't work, I'll just keep pressing shit. This is the... I mean, it would be weird if this wasn't the right thing to do, because the music stopped when I objected. No shit, Martin. No. Man, I want to. I guess I don't fucking have it. I guess I don't have it. And that's the reason they're kicking me out at the end of this, is because I'm supposed to represent the blackmail letter when I do have the evidence I need. I got nothing. LOL, Barry. That would be cute. Yeah, I'm sorry, Judge. Let's try reading the blackmail letter one more time. There's gotta be something off about it somewhere. There are a couple things off about it, but you didn't let me present either of them. All right, the time has come to just start repressing every single piece of dialogue now that we've already pressed them all once. From the Old Norse Mistaka, I'm going to show test the fuck up with this. Take a look at this newspaper. Yeah, all right, we talked about this. What happens if I do that and say don't press further? That could be the solution. Okay. In this blackmail letter right here, the handwriting is the victim's. There's no addressee. What if it wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Thank you, Stream Elements. What do you mean by that? Ron Delight stole data from him. The next thing I am going to try to do is go back to that save where they say point out the contradiction in the letter and present Luke Atmey's fucking profile. because he's wearing the red diamond. I don't know if that's what they want me to do. And the red diamond isn't visible in that profile picture. We've done this dialogue 5 million times already. Yes, your Desiree impression is really good. Everybody loves it. And you saw fit to kill Mr. Bullard. That's just your imagination talking. All right. I couldn't shake anything else out, and it seems extremely unlikely to me that there are 2 intended objections. Contradicting evidence. Let's say Luke Atney's profile. Little 2-1 punch wouldn't faze me. It's 1-2. Mr. Wright, try thinking things through. Oh boy, do I not fucking know what they want from me here. What's the contradicting evidence? I can't fucking imagine. Heartbeat, thank you so much for the $10 donation. That's very kind of you. What the fuck do you want from me? Nothing that remains seems at all plausible. What? Why? I chose that at fucking random, man. What the fuck? I gotta take a good look at this newspaper clipping. Oh my God. It's because in this newspaper clipping, there is a picture of a blue diamond, and the letter says red diamond. And if I hadn't already recognized that the red diamond was on Atmey's finger, that's so fucking stupid, dude. Ugh. Especially because the description of the newspaper clipping just says, about first heist, guard in the background is Ron Delight. So that made me think that's the relevant piece of information there, that it's a picture of Ron Delight in the background. Thank you, Diesel. People can usually discriminate between blue and red, although, I don't know. I think that there are people who can't, but it's a less common kind of color blindness. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel.
What about it?
The problem is this jewel's color. Tessa figured out the case too soon. Color? I'm not much for discussing color myself. What the fuck does that mean? What? According to this clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. We'll take that red diamond you received the other day.
Red?
Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Mask to Mask stole at all. I should have been able to present the list of things that Ron stole and shown that there was not a red diamond there. That also should have checked out. And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else. That's what you're trying to say, right, Trite?
That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright?
Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick?
Yes.
This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Ba-ba-na-na! Naturally, it was you, Detective Atney. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You've been personally involved in every single Mask to Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Faith.
Order in the court. Order, I say.
It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that.
Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real?
Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him.
Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world.
Yes, it certainly does.
Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity?
He's mask to mask, kind of. Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? I'm gonna save the game because I've been getting this shit wrong lately. This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately to keep hidden was his identity as... No, Atmey wasn't really blackmailing anyone. He was just orchestrating the mask-to-mask crimes. Luke Atmey was mask-to-mask! What? That's my line. What's that supposed to mean? That's my line too. Listen up, you. This is what you've been saying up to this point in time. The witness pretended to be mask-to-mask in order to pin the murder on the defendant. In which case, you'll want to insist, up to and beyond the day you'll die, that Rhonda Light was in fact mask-to-mask.
I must say, the sudden change of heart doesn't reflect...
What the fuck? No! He was orchestrating the mask-to-mask crimes. That's what I meant. The identity is a blackmailer, apparently. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer, apparently. I didn't know that. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? Yes. You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start receiving blackmail letters? Oh, that's right. I forgot that the letters telling him how to steal were also blackmail letters. Forgot that that was the thing. It wasn't really blackmail though, was it? Because it was just letters saying, steal this thing, and then he would steal it, and then the person writing the letter would pay him for it. Yeah, I know, right, Barry? Right, Barry? Right, Barry? Stick around till the end so you can see him and his wife together. Did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Barry, look at the fucking lip liner they gave this motherfucker.
Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually mask-to-mask.
That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atmey, was blackmailing Rhonda Light? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask to Mask. Well, yes. Rhonda Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime.
Good point. We certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence.
During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Rhonda Light was masked to mask?
Check it out. They're pictured together somewhere. Can I fucking find it? Oh my god. Okay, here it is. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention.
What do you mean?
This newspaper clipping. It has a picture of you and Rhonda Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask to Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket.
That sounds far too stupid to be true.
Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask to Mask was really Rhonda Light. Wasn't he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud, trying to pass himself off as an ace detective.
Why, how dare you expose me like that? Why, I could bludgeon you over the head and stuff your body in a safe. Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Mask to Mask. Why can't you understand that?
I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. It reminds me of the last chapter of Death Note.
Why, you? How dare you imply that I would ever follow such lowly death? You consider yourself with your big mouth of those. You're fools, I say. None of you can compare to my genius. You're all just jealous. So goon, desecrate me. Ace detectives cannot handle blackmail, murder threats. It's not slow enough for me to read. It's enough to make one laugh.
Now, I don't really understand why Luke Atme told me to goon. He did tell me to goon.
Remy, that's what he said.
It would seem we've finally arrived at the real answer.
That was quite a performance. Barry?
I am not crazy. I know he switched those pots. Couldn't be Ron. Not our precious Ron, stealing them blind.
Bailiff, please prepare a cell for Mr. Atme.
The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
That one was actually pretty alright.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
No, because you're being the prosecutor right now. If you wanted to be the judge of this case, maybe you should have dug up dirt on everybody, on all the judges in the district, or the courtroom, rather. Oh yeah, Barry? You don't? You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordley Taylor the night of the murder. That's right! That's why he's the one who killed Mr. But there's still one thing you've yet to prove.
What's that?
Barry, I played this game when I was in 8th grade, which was before I had any aesthetic sense, and so Godot's design has just become solidified in my brain. I was able to recognize on some level how ridiculous it was when he showed up, but I'm not able to hate it as much as I probably should because of how near and dear this game is to my heart. LOL, Barry. Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB Security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way!
Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright, are you going to catch the real killer, which isn't something that any defense attorney ever has to do?
This is it. This is the final round. Hi, Alexis. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But
Can you really prove that? That's long enough. Mr. Trite, I want to hear your answer. Barry, I'm shocked that the fact that I gave him the Spike Spiegel voice didn't do anything for you. Yes, Barry, it is completely insane of them for them to ask me that, yes. The buzzer went off. Somebody had to hit that, but it wasn't necessarily Luke at me. Fuck, man. That, he does look really cool, Barry. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense... I'm gonna say can't prove it, but I suspect that I'm probably supposed to be able to prove it, and I just don't recognize how. I can't prove it.
Just as I thought.
Indeed, Barry. But if we hear more of Detective Atme's testimony... Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. That's as far as you go, Mr. Trite. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atme is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as mask to mask. No. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness.
Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness.
I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. Oh, somebody earlier was asking if they have that in this world. They do. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy.
Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else.
Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means...
You will be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned.
No way!
The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atme's guilt of that crime here means that you will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer.
Well, Barry, there's a reason for that. Wah! Do I get a bad ending? Or is this all just one long fuck you? Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atme, will go free. No, he won't. He's going to jail for larceny.
You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today, and as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections?
Yes, I object.
Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atme.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew she was gonna fucking show up. I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result.
How did you...
Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That's not true. That voice! No way! Could it be my dead law mentor who my assistant has channeled like every single case for the past 2 games? Ce n'est pas possible. Long time no see, Phoenix.
Mia! Ah, I forgot to set up the fucking sound alerts so that you could blog. Fuck. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. Sound alerts are there. Ooh. This is the true power of the Karine channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we could do, Mia. Actually, though, did I set it so that I can hear the blong? I may have failed to. I did fail to. I'm an idiot. Okay. Hopefully nobody did it. I think I would have posted in chat if somebody did it. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? It's not over. The testimony. Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every witness the statement. I fucked it up twice. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today.
Yes, that's true, but...
Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as mask to mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delight will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Well, that's all bullshit.
Yes, but those comments appear to have no evidentiary value.
Yes, you're right, they don't. Case closed. Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Ellipsis.
Is something the matter, Mr. Godot?
Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it looks like you're one step too late. Godot was distracted by the giant titties which suddenly manifested across the bench. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at me. Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? And I think in England they say Goddo. Very well then, that was the wrong voice.
Very well then, Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks.
The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer.
So please, give us one last bit of testimony.
Right, he's gonna slip up and reveal some knowledge of the crime scene that he shouldn't have had. RB, it's not worth thinking about. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief! Oh, he still calls her Chief. The last testimony. Oh man, I was hoping the bandwidth was done dropping. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lord Littella. At relieved to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. Wait, you're copying to that being you? My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. What? This testimony is internally contradictory. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? He's saying he encountered the murder? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. He's saying he gotta look at he knows about the makeup of the crime scene. How? How does he know all that evidence? He was arrested, he's been in police custody since the body was discovered. So how does he know anything about the crime scene at all?
The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, none of them seem to contradict or anything.
But of course,
But how did you know about the emergency buzzer?
police investigation documents went directly through me. No. I'm sorry, am I missing something? The timeline doesn't line up. The body wasn't discovered until the morning of the 12th. That's the first day of the trial. And so, Luke Atme was here testifying until the end of the first day of the trial, at which point he was taken into police custody. There's no fucking opportunity for him to get this information. I'm sure that won't come up, and I'm supposed to find something else that doesn't make sense, because everybody in the game is saying, this testimony makes a lot of sense. Are you gonna make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
We cannot postpone Luke Atme's trial any longer. This is your last chance!
Hang on a sec! Just one chance? Save the game. Huh. Seems that the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Hello, Crisis. Cup number 17. The last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony. And I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do to find the contradictory is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. All right, here we go. Save the game. It's true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another job request. I had known about the date, so I had the photograph readied. Oh, when he says culprit here, he means the true murderer. LOL, Brevy. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the murderer in this case was Ron Delight, is how they should have translated that to make it less fucking confusing. All right, let me click back now. MK thinks that I might be able to mitigate the frame rate drops by stopping and restarting stream. Dare I? Dare I? You guys will stay there, right? I'm just gonna do it real quick. Okay, I'm back, but that didn't solve the bitrate problem at all. So that was really just absolute folly on my part. Oh, MK. Okay, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you, Faith. Is this the same quality that it was before, more or less, you guys? Should I keep playing the video game? It looks really bad, but it's looked bad this entire time for me. Okay, cool. Hi, MK, sorry. Known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. Brilliant deduction was what informed me it was Ron Delight. Thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Is it, how did you know it only sounded once? Or did he also have that information? Okay, thanks, Emerald. Button didn't have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. In the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. All the evidence points to that poor boy. Huh. The dialogue for getting this right and getting this wrong are the same for the first few frames. Clavichord, they do that a lot. So I'm not surprised. What? Okay, so the idea is that this is internally contradictory, but not in the way that I thought. My brilliant deduction informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight. Thanks to the keycard and wallet. Is it the date thing? No. Well, was it? I don't know. Deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. That's true. But why do you know that? This is the sussiest one, I feel like. Because, like, didn't we get the buzzer record from Larry? I feel like this is the sussiest one, is that he knows that it only sounded once. Mr. Atme, about this last remark. You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing a witness on a statement. I said this before. There's still one thing you haven't proven. That this scum was in Kane Bullard's office that night. And now, it's time for me to drink my last cup!
Mr. Wright, I will hold you.
Oh, okay, whoopsie doopsie. I'm mashing start. Can I load the game? What the fuck? What did my controller disconnect? Please let me load my save. Yo, what the fuck? It's not letting me access the menu. It's not letting me use escape on the keyboard or start. You have to go through the game over sequence? Oh my god.
Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
The defendant is guilty. Yay. Hey, my internet did hold for us to see the defendant declared guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That sucks, Clavichord. Try to reset earlier next time. Don't reset too early, okay? Because the correct option dialogue is identical to the wrong option dialogue for the first few lines. But also, if you don't reset early enough, then you have to watch the game over dialogue. So... All right, how about you knew it didn't have any fingerprints on it? How did you know that? This isn't the time to be pressing. I said this before. You gotta be kidding me! It doesn't ever let me fucking load the save. Mr. Phoenix Wright, now we have to go through the entire fucking game over dialogue. Oh my god, how obnoxious. I'm not sure that you can access the menu at all once you've made a choice. Yeah, I can do it here. There's nothing wrong with the button. Oh, is it that Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit? Because we didn't find out about that until this trial. Okay, that's probably what it is.
Objection.
Oh, okay, here we go. I'm afraid you're the one. Oh, that's... I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot. What? Mr. Atme seems to have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. Really, him knowing fucking anything about the murder would implicate him? Because like I said, the investigation didn't start until he was in this courtroom testifying and he was taken into police custody immediately after it. He really shouldn't know fucking anything about the fucking murder. But sure, this is what shows that he knows that he understood the contents of the room. He was there. All right, fine. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, is that correct?
Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof.
More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Oh!
I'm sorry, whatever do you mean?
For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty.
When exactly did we learn the fact that Ron Delight was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? He was on his phone during someone else's cross-examination.
It was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare.
Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now? The only ones who should know any of these facts are the ones who are watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atme? There's no way that you should have known about that. Any of it, really. I have some real concerns about the plot structure of this thing. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information?
Well. Come on! This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
No. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out.
Only one?
One way, you say?
Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. It is fun, Messy Face. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme.
It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible.
What? What? That was Luke Atme the whole time? I had no idea they covered it so well. Oh my God.
Detective Atme, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh shit. He's charging up.
Take a good look, everyone.
This is the same breakdown you did last time. You're just recycling breakdowns.
Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
That's the same line you gave yesterday.
But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time.
Well, that was a fucking train wreck. What an awfully complicated incident!
I'm screenshotting that shit.
Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme, and then he claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime.
But stop! Stop skipping dialogue. That was my controller disconnecting. And to that end, he came up with this plan. I think that I can do something about. Oh no, it is on single box skip. Never mind. Glom. To that end, he came up with this plan to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi.
At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth.
Excuse me.
I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of murderer.
Don't ignore me.
Oh, I didn't realize you were there.
Why wouldn't he be? about the verdict.
I know, you never committed any murder.
That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I really am mask to mask.
Huh?
So thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? Oh, shit. He's already been proven innocent of being mask to mask. Well, no. He's been proven innocent of robbing Lord Lee Taylor that night. He was not proven innocent of, the charge was not being mask to mask. Being mask to mask is not a crime. The larceny is the crime. One weird trick. Discovered by a lawyer. What was it you said? Double jeopardy?
Now that you mention it.
I've been careless. No shit, you've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. I mean, in real life, what was he found innocent of? It was robbing the department store, and he didn't rob the department store, so he won't be tried again for that crime. But there's what, 4 other robberies? Then mask to mask is really innocent? It would seem so, for now. For now, his wife still got that expensive hobby.
Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty.
Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am mask to mask after all. October 14th, 3:35 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. I'm saving the game. Thanks, Mia! It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Karine channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Good, Mia, I'm glad you're leaving because I'm about to do the voice of a character who sounds a lot like you, and I would prefer that you not be on the screen at the same time. Mia. Oh, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. Come on, just be happy already. Hi, Maya. You've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as mask to mask to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. My wife is so bad as fuck. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming mask to mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and I lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became mask to mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Could we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? Kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there is always a way to put it back together. This is not what I was expecting, but... The sacred urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Oh, there you are! Ms. Delight? You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. I never imagined that you were really mask to mask either. Mr. Light, what are you gonna do now that you know? You're not gonna really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. Oh God, just like running him down. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I'd see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. Okay? I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi! Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Gulp. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations. Talk about bad timing. Come on, kid. I was about to get a little something here. Mr. Nick, how could you? With another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya. No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you, ever, ever. And so I was beaten into unconsciousness. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. She looks like Bugs fucking Bunny. Just look at this shit, man. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout, the end. Our beat. How many squats are we at? Oh, God. Ah, God. So, I guess you guys know now, you already know, you've learned already, that the next, oh God, our beat, I asked you to tell me how many, oh, okay. The next case is really, really, really fan servicey, like ridiculously fan servicey. It's really a lot. Yeah, MK made episode, but before that, I'm gonna do some squats. And you'll have to forgive me, viewer, if the squats are a bit low frame rate because of the shitty internet, but I will nevertheless do them. I'm honor bound. Our beat, I'm not sure I understand. Okay, let's see here. Hello. Oh, God. All right, 20 squats. Oh, right, RB, thank you. I forgot because doing squats with a 2-frame animation. I may well be, Martin. All right, it's in the yellow. I'm gonna start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, God. Ugh. Fucking Christ. Ow. My knees are in a lot of pain in this moment. Holy fuck. Good God. Thank you. I will have treats. I will hydrate. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. That's a real goddamn workout. A brand new episode has been added. I'm gonna eat those treats before I start that episode. I'm probably gonna need to voice act. Who went into overtime, MK? Thank you for the treats. Oh, man. Recipe for turnabout. Is turnabout a fucking word outside Phoenix, Wright? Oh, man. Yes, MK, I start late on Mondays. I'm considering ending the stream like at 8. We'll see how long the beginning of this case takes me. God. All right.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This case is extremely clear. I can see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
It wasn't me! I swear it wasn't me!
The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank a cup of poisoned coffee.
No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. Oh my God. I saw someone else there, a man. He's the real killer. I don't know who's talking, so. Oh shit. Phoenix Wright, murderer? Ah, fuck. I think, why won't anyone believe me? I think I have the text scrolling speed set to max. Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright?
This court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned.
Starts with Phoenix losing a case. The first time I ever played this game, I was like, wait, but I didn't get a chance to do it. January 6th, 10:03 a.m., Wright & Company Law Offices. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be, Svari, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. All right, listen, Maya, calm down. But I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake? I know, right, Faith? Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game.
Hey, pal! What's good? Detective Gumshoe.
Happy New Year, Detective.
Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I want it.
Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer-police cooperation.
Yeah, me too. All right, pal. You got some explaining to...
Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective?
What? Well, here, I have this. It's really nothing much, but...
Yay, thanks.
Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Have a seat.
Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you?
No, I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose?
I guess I'm busted. How'd you like my first practical joke of the year?
Very funny, pal. Very droll. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this.
What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave it. Wow, there's a lot of poisoning in this one. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this?
It's a report, pal, about you.
Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case.
Well, don't tell me you don't remember anything about it.
But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from, anyway?
December of last year, which I guess makes it last month.
Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick?
If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility.
No way. You don't mean a phony, Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke, because he's starting off the year with one too. Magazine clipping added to the court record. An article from December 5th says I was trounced and my client was found guilty.
So, what are you gonna do about it, pal?
What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, only maybe sort of.
Yeah, you see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves?
But I didn't do anything wrong. At least not that I can remember.
You better make this right, pal, now.
There's been a lot of wrong and right talk. I can feel the puns whizzing by.
That means taking the case back to court. Got it?
Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not gonna be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is gonna have to wait until next year. Bye, Faith.
So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal?
I don't understand why Gumshoe is upset. I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation, guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. They bought a chunk of the next town over. They're building a theme park called Gatewater Land. I wonder if that bellboy is gonna send me a greeting card this year too. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. Sort of a keepsake, something to remember Mia by. Sure, the office is a mess, but I never forget to water this little fella. An old movie poster. Apparently, this was the first movie that made Mia cry when she saw it a long time ago. Maya watched it recently and said she cried all night too, which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. I'll have to check it out one of these days. I already read that. Difficult looking books, legal books stand up for Formidable Row. They've mocked me. Actually, I've neglected them so long that they're covered in a layer of dust. I guess I should at least pretend to read them once in a while. That last line was new. Now then, Maya, look at my attorney's badge. So you've still got that badge, I see. Stream Elements, thank you for reminding the viewer. I know that it hasn't ruined the watchability of Stream, and I'm very grateful to all of you for still watching. But tech issues like the ones I'm having presently can't help but bring me down. So I'd be really grateful for anything that you guys are able to donate. Huh? Well, I'm a lawyer, aren't I? Yeah, but I guess I just didn't think you'd keep on being one for this long. What the fuck? You have to admit, you've had some close brushes with death because of your job. I fail to see how being a lawyer is more dangerous than channeling dead people. You know anything about this, Maya? Even someone as worldly wise as me doesn't know everything about everything. So I, the great Maya, am sad to say I can't tell you much about this object. Simple yes or no, Maya. It's not as if you had to give me a dissertation. I can't believe you've got an impersonator. I can't either. Aw, but look on the bright side. Only famous stars have people impersonating them. This isn't funny, Maya. It's not just an impersonation. This guy stole my identity. And someone may have been wrongly convicted as a result. Guess you should have gone into showbiz, huh, Nick? I will never understand how your mind works, Maya. Oh, wait. Oh, Godot's in the court record from the beginning this time. So, how's your spirit medium training going? Well, I stand under the rushing waters of the shower head every day. It's called taking a shower. What happened to the rushing waters of a waterfall? Well, I'm kinda taking a break. I'm having a bit of trouble right now, you know? Last year's incident must still be on her mind. I haven't seen Maya train at all since that time. I think Mia said that it's because Maya's kind of torn these days. Mia helped me out in court again last time. It's so cool. It's so cool that you get to meet my sis like that. Yeah. We mediums lose consciousness when we're channeling, so I don't get to see my sis. I never really thought about it that way. Hey, if you want to meet Mia, why don't we just have Pearls call her? No, I couldn't do that. I'd be too worried about her. I guess Maya's got all sorts of things to think about too. Which one of them was she worried about? Despite her immaturity saying otherwise. So you still can't remember anything about Godot, huh? I already told you I have no idea who he is, let alone why he dislikes me so much. Well, he sure seems to have a problem with you for some reason. You'd better watch your back, Nick. Coffee lovers can be quite bitter. I'm just making that up, Maya. Just talking about Gumshoe. Digging up an old case that's already been ruled on. That's not like Gumshoe, is it? No, he barely manages to stay on top of the cases in front of him. Yeah, he's always busy and gets dirt pay. I mean, look at that dusty old coat he wears. I mean, he gets paid dirt, or do you think they literally pay him in gravel? What to do? So what's our first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't gonna be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me, it was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Xin Aop. I mean, this is Phoenix split into two names and then backwards. I hope not. What kind of name for an evil twin is Xin Aop anyway? Ah, Nick, I've got it! If you're gonna ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual, or was that just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's gonna be a dad or something. What? Yeah, oh! Do I know who the defendant is in this case? I have been racking my brains for that information. I think I might know. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Thousands of pieces of fan art. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't... No, RB, that was the murder victim. If he wasn't nervous because of you, maybe it's because of our new guilty client? Detention center. January 6th, detention center visitors room. This is so nerve-wracking waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? Like, put me in solitary? They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie, remember? Maggie Bird. Maggie Bird? Ah! Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you equipped? Oh, sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and you start making jokes. You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. You got your identity stole. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. Oh, I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So, what do you do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress! A waitress! Because maid cafes aren't a thing in America. You need to find a word for it, a waitress. Yes, at a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. Listen, shapely figure is a tall order. This is a tough curve to be graded on, if you take my meaning. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me right away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. What happened? This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tribien. Oh, it actually was supposed to be pronounced Tribien, but whatever. Yeah, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. They were having a shady underworld deal at the maid cafe, like you do. And then... one of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just 1 sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course, a good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright! Ah! Guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. I don't have like a profile for this hypothetical person. No, I don't. So if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. What customer? Not the one who was killed. She probably means the customers. Japanese doesn't do plurals, so. The victim was sitting alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? Was he counting euros? What was that? I don't know, but nobody, not one person would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. No one else saw this other guy? No, sir, that's what everyone said. But I don't see how they could have missed him. The other guy. I was the one who took the coffee to the 2 men. Uh-oh? And what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look about him. Okay. There was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD, maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? MC is usually for like a single person artist, but what was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No, MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well built like the victim, really. Okay, you've given us very little here. Bum, 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 bum. This guard monitors the visitor's room. I bet they don't get too many waitresses in here. He looks like he's getting a bit restless. I'm sure that no nuance was lost in that translation. That badge, is it real? Of course it's real. That's what they all say, but I've been duped before. Give it to me for a sec. But you can pass items through here? Chomp. She bit into it. And I left a few teeth marks too. I can see that. I just wish I could remember if that means it's a real or a fake. Ugh, I said it was real. Oh yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who's pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Oh, weird. My profile isn't in the court record this time, even though it was for the last case. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie, was my evil double Iam there too? No, I don't remember a photo of you, Maya. Oh, it would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? I guess looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady, and your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and so the guy was nothing like me then? But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, you think it's possible to get a retrial? Yes, probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright, huh? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Maggie's fucking serving a full life sentence in solitary for murder and she gets a retrial. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. Well, for the second time. But I will survive because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Xin Aop is really gonna pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Fade to black. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him, don't you worry. We'll get Xin Aop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Tribulations is then. Right, the restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. All right, Nick, let's go check out this restaurant and its food. And we will check out that restaurant and its food tomorrow. Because I think that I have been streaming at half a frame per second for long enough. So I'm going to find somebody to raid into at this juncture. Boom. Boom, bang, bang. Dead Blossom Jesse's live. Why not? We'll see how long the raid takes to kick off. There we go. I want to thank you guys all so much for tuning into my stream today and for sticking around. I know that it's been tough, and it's been tough for me too. I'm very grateful to those of you who care enough to continue watching even when I'm having these kinds of technical difficulties. As ever, I do especially want to thank those of you who were able to donate today, being Arbeat, Kringus, Twice, Lucky, and Maddox. Can again thank you guys very, very, very much. I will be back on Friday in my own goddamn apartment with my usual internet connection and my own microphone and my own lighting setup, and then we can actually finish this game. So I hope you're looking forward to it. I certainly am. Until then, I hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your evenings and give Jesse my love. Please do that. And I will see you on Friday. I'll see some of you sooner for anime this week. So take care and bye-bye for now.